Hello everyone, my name is Daniel Onaifo. Welcome to Excel 2016. In this program, I am going to take you through a series of topics in Excel, starting from the beginner topics to intermediate topics and then on to advanced topics in the application. So if you're new to Excel or you have some knowledge of the program or you are an advanced user, I promise there'll be something for you here. The screen you're looking at is the Start screen. To get to the Start screen, you click on the Windows icon on the bottom left-hand corner and scroll down to letter E to find Excel and click on it to get started. Or go to the Windows search bar at the bottom of the screen, click on it. If you have Excel open previously, it will be populated along with other applications. If not, type Excel and the Excel application icon will appear. Click on it to get started. Once you start Excel, you will be provided with this Start screen. The Start screen consists of two panes, the left pane and the right pane. The left pane is characterized by this bold green color. Also, you find recently used workbooks displayed here. You don't see any at the moment, either because I have not used Excel recently or I have cleared my recently used workbooks. The other thing to take note of is the Open Other Workbooks link. This link will take you to the workbook stored in your computer or stored in other locations but is accessible through your computer. The right hand pane is obviously the busier here. Here you find templates. Templates are pre-formatted, pre-prepared as I would like to call them, for you to get started, especially if you have limited time or limited skill to complete your project. Let's say, for example, you're looking to prepare an invoice and you don't have a lot of time to do fanciful work in Excel. You can come over to the template, find simple invoice, click on it and start entering your data. Let's say you work for an organization. The manager calls you to the office and say, hey, could you please help us prepare the monthly budget for our organization for this month? With limited knowledge and limited time, you're wondering, how am I going to accomplish this? Not to worry. Come over to here and then find an appropriate template for you. For example, the monthly company budget template. Click on it and start to enter your data, and that will get you started. You might be thinking, hey man, I know what you're saying and this is really nice, but what happens if I can't find a specific template that meets my specific need and I do not have the time and I have limited skill, as you put it? What do I do then? I will tell you to take the advice right in front of your screen. Right here at the bottom here, it says not finding what you're looking for. Use the search box at the top to find more templates. Aha! So let's follow that advice. If we come over here to the search bar and click on it, we can find other templates online. Let's say, for example, education related templates. Type that in there and click search. And here we go. We have education related templates. Are you looking to prepare a semester calendar? Are you looking to prepare a weekly attendance report or student randomizer, whatever that means? You can find additional education related templates here. Another interesting thing to note in this page is on the right hand side. Here you have categories of templates. You can click on any of these categories to get to additional templates. But I want you to understand that these templates are not all Excel based. If you look at the bottom here, it says search results from your other Office applications. So the numbers you see here are not only Excel based, but they are all other Office application based. For example, Visio 29. If I click on the menu behind it right here, it shows me all the Visio related templates. The same with Microsoft Word. There you go. There you go. Access, just 1. Publisher, 7. PowerPoint, 80. The point is that these templates that are provided through search are not only Excel based. It will be important to remember that. So let's go back. Now that we've talked about the templates and we've talked about the search bar, I want you to look at the bottom of the information provided under the search bar. It says suggested searches. These suggested searches are just similar to the template categories that we looked at. If we click on one of them, let's say the business category, it is going to populate business related templates. Again, looking at the right hand side, you see that template categories have been provided. And looking at the bottom, you also see search result for your other Office applications. The other thing that I want you to also take note of here in the start screen are the tutorials. Excel, in order to make things a little bit easier for you, provides you with elementary tutorial or basic tutorials to get you started. There's this take a tour, almost like a welcome tutorial. There's formula tutorial, pivot table tutorial, Power Query tutorial, and so on and so on. When we started talking about this right pane, we started with the fact that you are provided with templates and that templates allow you to get started. However, in our case, for this tutorial, we don't want templates. We don't want any pre-formatted or pre-laid out work. We just want to start from the scratch. In order to start from the scratch, we use the blank workbook. Let's click on that and see what we get. There you go. For most of you, you're familiar with this. This is the Excel user interface. The Excel user interface comprise or contains or have all the commands and all the tools that you need to complete your Excel project. Before we explore this interface, I want you to take a minute to go back and review how we opened Excel and got to this place. As a reminder, we went to the bottom of the screen and clicked on Start, and there we found Excel and clicked on it. For others, you may have gone to the search bar at the bottom and typed Excel to get you started. Either way, you found yourself here. Take a minute to explore that again, and then meet me on the other side. Welcome back to Excel 2016. If you're new to Excel, this user interface can be quite intimidating with all the arrangement of tools and commands in a way that seems chaotic. It can be quite frightening. However, there is a pattern to the chaos. Trust me, there is. Excel is a tab-based system, which means the commands and tools are arranged based on the tabs. For example, we have the Home tab, the Insert tab, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review, View, Help. The Home tab, for example, is comprised of different command groups that are delineated with this thin line right here. The first command group is the Clipboard command group. The Clipboard command group has related commands that perform related functions. Cut, copy, and paste are all related. If you're familiar with Microsoft Office applications or any other application for that matter, I'm sure you know this. Thereafter, we have the Font command group that consists of bold, italic, underline, font style, size, and color. As I mentioned before, these related commands perform related functions. Beyond that, we have the alignment command group that tells us how to place our data within the cell. Do we want to align right, center, or left? The number command group is also there, the styles command group, cells command group, and editing command group. The important point to take here is that this tab is organized based on command groups, and each command group has different related commands. That is the home tab, but the same is the insert tab, the page layer tab, the formula tabs, the data tab, the review tab, and the view tab, as well as the help tab. They all have command groups that consist of different commands within each command group. Now that we've seen the structure of the commands, there is more here. If you look up to the right hand side, you see a couple of buttons right here. The close button, the maximize or restore button, depending on where you are in the application, and the minimize button. We also have something interesting, something that I feel that a lot of people don't use enough, but if you are struggling with a small screen, this is probably going to be your best friend. The ribbon collapse or display options is actually very useful if you don't have enough space to use in your screen. By clicking on it, you can hide these commands, thus creating more space for you to work on. Let's say you want to bring it back. You click on these three dots and click on the ribbon display option again, and then it will appear. But if you let go like this and you start working, it is going to disappear again. The only way to make it permanent, now that you've removed it initially, is to click on the ribbon display option and then click on show tabs and commands. Then it will reappear and stay where it is. Before we continue the exploration of the user interface, I want you to click on the different tabs, take notice of the different command groups and the different commands there. You don't have to do anything, just notice that they're there. Alright, I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back. Now we're going to talk about the quick access toolbar. The quick access toolbar, as the name implies, is a set of tools that we reference for quick use. The quick access toolbar is located at the top right hand corner of the screen. Right now I have the save command, the redo command, the create new document command, and the undo command as part of my quick access toolbar. But I can customize this. I can make changes to what is available for me here by clicking on this drop down menu. For the most discerning, you would have noticed that the checked ones are correspondent to the commands on my quick access toolbar. Thus, if we uncheck any one of these commands here, they will disappear from our quick access toolbar. To bring it back, we click on it again to check it, and it does reappear. Now, what if you want to bring in something that wasn't there before? Let's say the open command. All we have to do is to click on the open command and it will reappear. To remove it, uncheck it. Now, you may look and say, okay man, this is easy. I can see what is going on here. The problem is, what if I'm looking for something that is not right here, that I can't see? That is when you go to more commands. If you click on more commands, you are presented with this Excel options dialog box, something that we've seen before. In this dialog box, you can choose additional commands to add to your quick access toolbar by selecting quick access toolbar here and then scrolling to find the command that you want to ask, click on it and have it added to this section here, which represents your quick access toolbar. Let's say, for example, we look at our screen and say, so I want the strike through command to be part of my quick access toolbar. Thus, let's look for it here. Now that we've opened more commands, we go to S because it's alphabetized. However, there is no strike through here. What is going on? Well, the simple answer is that we are looking under popular commands, and Excel does not consider strike through to be a popular command. That is why you don't see it here. So in order to get to that command, we click on this drop down menu here and select all commands. All commands will give us access to all commands that we can use for this application. They are all alphabetized, so we scroll down to the S section to find strike through right here. By clicking on it and clicking the add button, we can bring it over here. If we want to remove it, we just have to click remove. We can also double click to bring it to the quick access toolbar. But when you look up here, it's still not there. You may be wondering, why is that the case? The reason is because we have not confirmed our selection. In order to do that, we have to click OK. However, before we do that, let me say that you can reset the arrangement or the configuration of your quick access toolbar by clicking on the reset. That will take you back to the default settings. Another thing to note here is that when you make changes here or you're customizing your quick access toolbar, by default, it applies to all documents that you ever open. If you don't want it to apply to all documents, you can select the current workbook. For us, which is book 1. If I click this, the changes that I make here will only apply to this book 1 that we're currently working on. So let's effect our changes by clicking on OK. Now we see the strike through command is added here. The other thing I want to show you here is the search button here. By clicking on the search button, we are presented with a chance to save to the cloud. Here we can then be able to collaborate and share with other people through varieties of means. Next, we look at the taskbar. At the bottom here, we see the different views of Excel. Right now we are in the normal view. We can go to the page layout view and the page break preview. Let's go back. We can also we can zoom in and we can zoom out. All right, so these are the different things that you can do down here. Another thing to note here is that you can actually add additional sheets here by clicking on the plus sign. Now we have sheet 2 and the previous one is now sheet 1. Now let's talk about this big screen, the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet is comprised of columns and rows. The columns are represented by the alphabets A, B, C, and so on. And the rows are represented by the numbers downward. The intersection between the column and the row is the cell. The cell is represented by the cell map. So in order for you to know where you are on the screen, you can either try to figure out, for example, let's say I click right here now, I can say, oh, this is column D and row 16. And if you look at the cell map, it tells us D16. It's easier when you're closer to the top right hand corner to be able to figure out where you are in your spreadsheet by looking at the column and the row. It becomes a lot more difficult as you go out. Let's say you are somewhere around here. it's very difficult to be able to narrowly gauge where you are. So there's no need to do that. You just look at the cell map here and it tells you where you are. Right now, we are AK44, column AK, row 44. Okay? The next thing to talk about here is the formula bar. The formula bar also represents the content of the cell. Let's say, for example, we type in data here. This cell here, cell N31, has the content data, and that is also contained in the formula bar. There's also the insert functions button here to consider. By clicking on the insert functions button, we can summon the different formulas and functions of Excel, something we're going to be doing pretty much later. All right, so that is the Excel user interface. I want you to take a second to sort of go over again what we've gone through in this lesson. We've talked about the share button. We looked at the quick access toolbar, the formula bar, and the insert functions. Take a review of what we did and meet us on the other side. Hello, welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to continue with navigation. Navigation essentially means moving around the spreadsheet. We have talked about different ways that you can use the commands and tools. One way to expand or decrease your screen space is to use the scroll bar. Scroll bar, you can scroll up or you can scroll down to expand it. You can also scroll sideways, right? And you can scroll left. By now, I trust that you know that by clicking on the different cells, you can move around the different cells. One thing to mention here though, it is not only by clicking that you can move around. You can also move around the different cells by using the 4 arrows in your keyboard. The right arrow will move to the right. The left arrow will move to the left. The up arrow will move upward. And the down arrow will move downward. If, for example, you want to know how far can you move downward, right? How far can you go by moving downward? Well, you can click your downward arrow for a very long time and at the end of the day get to where you want to go, or you can use the shortcut. Shortcut often makes you to get around tedious tasks by being able to do them very, very quickly. A shortcut for getting to the end of the row, the very last row, is you hold down your control key and you press the downward arrow. That takes you to the very last row, which is 1,048,576. That is row 1,048,576. You might be asking, how do we get back up? Well, there's a shortcut for that. Click on the control key and press the home key on your keyboard, and it takes you to the very first cell, cell A1. Now that we've been to the end of the row and back, how about the end of the column? What is the very last column? To get to the very last column, you could do the same thing that we tried to do before by clicking on the right arrow and keep going and going. Well, as you can tell, that's probably going to take you forever. So there's a shortcut for that too. In this case, we press down the control key and we press the right arrow, and that takes us to the very end of the last column. That column is column XFD. The last row was row 1,048,576, and the last column at the very end of Excel is column XFD. Now that we've seen the length and the breadth of Excel, what else can we do here? Perhaps now is the time to look at the other different shortcuts. Shortcuts in Excel, like any other Microsoft applications, are numerous. They're so numerous, it is very difficult to memorize them. One way to know what shortcut to use sometimes is to hover over a command. When you hover over a command, for example, it gives you two things. Let's say bold. I hover over the command bold, leave my cursor there. It tells me that this is bold and that the shortcut for bold is Control B. Then it also gives me a tooltip. A tooltip is an instruction on what a command does. For example, in the case of bold, it makes your text bold. How about italic? Let's put our cursor there. The shortcut is Ctrl I, and the tooltip says it italicizes your text. Underline, same thing. The shortcut is Ctrl U. Tooltip, underline your text. Now, not every command will give you this. Many will give you the tooltip, but not all of them will provide you with the shortcut. But many of the frequently used commands does have shortcut. Now let's go to the Insert tab and find link. Let's place our cursor there. It tells us here what the shortcut to hyperlink is, and also gives us a tool tip on what and how this can be used. I did say before that shortcuts are numerous and it can be very difficult to memorize them, but there are frequently used shortcuts that should be memorized. For example, Ctrl N. In order to create a new document, if you press Ctrl and you press the N button on your keyboard, it provides you with a new workbook. Right now it's workbook 3. Right? The previous one we were was workbook 1. And the one we just created is workbook 3. Well, it's saying workbook 3 because I previously created workbook 2, so it's assuming that's still in play. In any case, to create a new document, you press your Control key, hold it, and click on the N button on your keyboard, and there you have another workbook. So let's close this. Let's close this. So we have just don't save. So we have just one on the screen. How about if we want to open an already existing workbook, something we'll be working on, it's already saved and closed. If we want to open it with a shortcut, we click on the Control and we'll press the Home button. Then we can go back to what we saw in the backstage of Excel and either find it in our recently opened workbook, or we can go to our OneDrive or check this PC or browse our computer to find the location. Another useful shortcut is Ctrl C. Ctrl C is to copy. Let's say I have the word data here and I want to have it in several other places. I can click on it, right click and copy. That would do, and then paste. Right? But I do not want to do too many clicks. I want to use a shortcut. If I highlight it by clicking on it, if I click Ctrl C, you see the highlights around the text. That shows you it's been copied. Then I can paste somewhere else by clicking over there and then clicking on Ctrl V to paste. Okay? I can paste as many as I like by using the shortcut Ctrl V. Ctrl C to copy and Ctrl V to paste. Okay, I've made a mess here. There's so many things going on here. I want to undo this. There are two ways to undo. I can click on the undo button right here because we placed this here in our quick access toolbar. Remember earlier? Or I can use a shortcut. Since we're talking about shortcuts, so let's use a shortcut. The shortcut for undo is Ctrl Z. That was the last item pasted. Let's undo the next one. Let's undo the other one. Undo the other one. Undo that. Undo that. And undo that. So to reiterate, in order to know what a shortcut is for frequently used commands, you can hover your cursor around it and then you can see what the shortcut is in order for you to remember, and also the tooltip. The shortcut for creating a new Excel document or workbook is Ctrl N. The shortcut to open an existing workbook, something that you've been working on, is Ctrl O. The shortcut to copy is Ctrl N. The shortcut to paste is Ctrl V. And the shortcut to undo the things that you've done is Ctrl Z. Now, I have one more thing to show you before I move on to the next lesson. The shortcut to save as is F12. F12. If you're saving for the first time your work with a different name and Excel type, or as well as change the location, the shortcut is F12. F12 is the shortcut for save as. If I press S12, it brings me this dialog box that allows me to find a location, to select a location to save my work. It also gives me an opportunity to save my file with a name. Let's say Excel 2016 navigation. Okay, so we can save it as that. And the last thing we can also do here is that we can save it as a specific type. The default is saved as Excel workbook, but that's not the only thing we can do. We can also save by many other types, including saving as PDF, CSV, text format, and most importantly for me is you can save as Excel 97 to 2003, which is an old version of Excel. As I mentioned earlier, this is important if you're going to be sharing your work with people that use older version of Excel. Let's cancel that. All right, so here we go. Now we know how to move around Excel and how to use some frequently used shortcuts. I want to talk to you about something very powerful in Excel, the Smart Lookup. The Smart Lookup is Microsoft flexing its search engine muscle. Without much talking, let's just go ahead and see, and let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's say we type APR. For most of you accounting students, you probably already know what this means, but for the rest of us humans, this might seem like something from the sky. But Excel can help us find out the meaning. If we right click on it, and then right click and click and find Smart Lookup, we can click on that, and Excel with the search engine can tell us what APR means. It says here, abbreviation, annual or annualized percentage rate, typically of interest on loans and credit. There are other search results here, but the annual percentage rate is definitely the one to go with. How about we try something else? Maybe CPI. Let's try CPI. CPI. Okay, right click, Smart Lookup. What does this stand for? Not the Communist Party of India, definitely not. If we're talking about business related concepts, I'm sure it is Consumer Price Index. I think the point to note here is that when you use a search engine, you have to have some idea of what you are expecting. So the search result will provide you with so many things, but it's up to you to be able to analyze the data and figure out what you're looking for. For us, since we're searching for business related terms in Excel, it is expected that we know that Consumer Price Index is abbreviated for CPI. If we're looking for a concept related to international politics or politics in India, then probably Communist Party of India will make sense. Let's try one more. Something simpler this time. GDP. Okay, what does this stand for? Smart Lookup. GDP stands for Gross Domestic Product. There's no mistake in this. All the search results that we have indicates that. Okay, so we'll be searching for acronyms. How about we search for the name of a person? Well, let's try Bill Gates. Okay, so will Smart Lookup be able to help us here? Let's see. Smart Lookup. There you go. Bill Gates. William Henry Gates III is an American business magnate. Yada, 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 yada. You can read the rest for yourself. But the point here is that we are able to use the Smart Lookup not only to search for acronyms or abbreviations, we are also able to use it to search for names. All right. The last thing I want to talk about in this lesson is the search bar. Is this powerful search bar. Tell me what you want to do. I talked about how the smart lookup has been very useful. It does work in tandem with the search bar here. Let me type Bill Gates here, for example. Bill Gates, and then smart lookup on Bill Gates, and it gives me exactly the same information that we had before. But the most important use of this search bar is to search for commands and tools. Let's say insert. I'm able to use this to search for insert. Now it's asking me, what do you want to insert? I can click on this drop down to specifically identify what I want to insert. I can insert cells, sheet rows, sheet columns, or sheet. So let's just insert sheet columns. There you go. You see there's now one between APRO and CPI because my cursor was placed there. So let's do that again. Let's undo, Ctrl Z. All right, this is where my cursor is right now. So let's go get an insert a row. So click on this and insert column. There you go. So this is a game changer. This is very, very helpful. If you don't know how and where to find a particular command and you know what the name of the command is, all you have to do is to come to this search bar that is called tell me what you want to do, type the name of the command, and it will bring it up for you. All right, so I want you to play around with this a little bit and then meet us on the other side. Welcome back to Excel 2016 tutorial. Now we get to the fun part. Now we get to the part where we have to enter data into Excel as well as manipulate those data. This is where Excel stands out from every other Microsoft application. So we are going to create an imaginary company, a bookstore. We are going to call it Treasure Notes. Our company is called Treasure Notes. How quaint. Anyways, now we're going to enter the items that we sell in the store. What do we have in the store? We have books, because it's a bookstore. We have toys. Many bookstores carry toys now. We have t-shirts. What else do we find in a bookstore? How about printing papers? Gifts. Okay, these are enough for now. So now the next step is to determine how much these items are sold. What is the price? For the sake of this tutorial, we're going to assume that we are only selling one kind of book, one kind of toy, one type of t-shirt, one specific type of printing papers, and just one type of gift. So the price is going to be similar for all books, similar for all toys, similar for t-shirts and all the other items. So for books, how about we say it is $12? Okay. All right. It says 12. How do we make that into currency? In order to do that, there are two ways to do it. The first way is to right click on it and hit Format Cell. And here you can go down to currency. You can see it is being pre-formatted here. This is the sample what you get, $12 with the dollar sign, and here you have how many decimal places after the actual amount. Here it says 2 decimal places. So we're just going to go ahead and click OK so you see what we mean. Okay, so how about the toys? Toys are going to be $11. again the same thing happens. So you know what, we can't keep going back and forth to change the number to currency. So what we are going to do is to make sure we pre-format this whole cell. Whenever we enter a number, Excel will know that we are talking about currency. So let's do that using the other tools under the Home tab. If we go to this general, click on the drop down menu and find currency, there you have it. So now if we enter the price for t-shirts, which is $14, automatically it becomes $14. We didn't have to go through that process again. What about printing papers? Let's say that's $24, and gift, let's say that's $18. Okay, now there are a couple of things we need to take note of here, and one is the fact that, let's make this a little bit bigger. One is the fact that, first of all, you see the text treasure notes runs across column A and B. The reason is because we do not have any text here in B1. If we decide to type something here now, maybe anything, you see that B1 will has its own text, but the text running from A1 will become invisible in some parts. So let me delete that. So how do we make these changes? We can increase column A to accommodate the length of treasure notes. And as you can see, printing papers, which was also hidden some parts, has also been made visible. We can do that. All right. And the other thing we can do, let me just go back for a little bit. The other thing we can do is to put our cursor in the line between A and B and then double click. I always prefer to use the other method. Let me undo that. I always prefer to use the method of actually holding and shifting the line, because to me it is more precise. I said this is a bookstore, so treasure notes bookstore. However, we only type treasure notes here. In order to make changes to the text, I can click on it and start to type. It will wipe out whatever I had in there before, but that's not what I want, so let me undo that. What I want to do is to edit it. So there is a shortcut for that, and it's the F2 button. By pressing the F2 button, I can begin to type, and by adding bookstore. So now we have bookstore. All right, so that is how to edit that, by using the F2 key. All right, so we have the name of our bookstore, we have our items, and we have the price for each item. So what is the duration of our sales? So we're looking at the first 4 months of the year. How about we look at month 1? Now I can keep on typing month 2, month 3, month 4, but there's another way I can do that, and I'm going to use something called autofill. So watch this. If I put my cursor here right now, look at the cursor very carefully. The cursor is a white fat cross, or fat white cross, English. But if I put my cursor right on the cusp of that, on the edge of that little square, it changes to the black cross. Once I have that, I click and hold and drag, say month 2, month 3, and month 4. There you have it. So instead of me having to type month 1, month 2, month 3, I just have to use the autofill to fill out the remaining months. This works because Excel knows that after month 1, or number 1, the next number is 2, and the next number is 3, and so on and so forth. So now let's enter the other data to reflect how much we are selling for each of these items in these 4 months. Okay, all right, welcome back. I've been able to enter the data we need for this lesson. As you can see, these are the data for each of the months, month 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the task for this lesson is to sum these numbers. How much for the first month, the second month, the third month, and the fourth month. How much was this? So we can use a simple formula called the auto sum. By clicking on the cell that I want the total number to appear, I can click on that cell, and if I go to my home tab and go over to the right hand side, there is a formula called auto sum. If I click on it, Excel selects all the numbers. This is always fascinating to me. It knows exactly what numbers to select or what cells to include in the summation. It did not include cell C3 because that is not part of what we want to calculate. Alright, so the next thing to do is to just press the enter key. By pressing the enter key, Excel actually calculates the total number of sales for month 1. So let's do the same for month 2. There is another way to do this, and that is by clicking on the cell that you want to start from and holding your cursor, hold it down and drag and get to the cell where you want the total number to appear. In this case, cell D9. So now if I go ahead and click the auto sum key, Excel puts the number, calculates it, and puts the number in that specific cell that was empty just before the numbers. So I've shown you 2 ways of doing this. You can just click on the cell where you want the total number to appear and click auto sum. Excel will do the selection for you, or you can select the cells yourself. All right, but we don't want to do that for every summation that we want to do. Since we've already had some calculations done, we can go back to our favorite tool and use the auto fill. So if I drag this now to the right, I auto fill for month 3 and I auto fill for month 4. There you go. So now we have the total for month 1, month 2, month 3, and month 4. Being able to make now we've been able to find the totals for each of the months. How about we find the total for each of the items sold for the 4 months? So we're going to try the first method that we did before by placing the cursor here and then clicking on auto sum. Unfortunately, there is an error here. For you who have been paying a lot of attention, you notice that price is selected as part of the unit sold. That is not right. So let's delete this. Unfortunately, it can be a little bit tricky to delete. Usually what I do, I place my cursor on the formula bar and then delete from there and everything is gone. So let's try the second method that we did by actually selecting the months and stopping at the cell where we want the total to be and going ahead to click auto sum. There we have it. We can do the same for each of the months. Auto sum. Another way that we can do this is by using the equal sign, which is mostly what people use. If I use the equal sign, if I open parentheses and I can select the sum that the numbers that I want and then close parentheses and then enter. There I have my total units sold for t-shirts. Let's try that again. Enter the equal sign, sum, because we're adding, open parentheses, and then select the cells that I want to include, close parentheses, and then enter. Then I have that. So I'm going to do that one more time again. Sorry, do that again. So I'm going to do that again by clicking the equal sign, enter the sum formula, open parentheses, and then selecting the cells, closing parentheses, and then enter. Okay, so now we have the total units sold for each of the item. The next task is to look at the actual amount that we made. What is the subtotal? What is the amount that we made for each month? We can do that by multiplying this cell with the price. So for example, if we put the equal sign and we select cell B4, multiply by G4, and we press enter, we have our amount there. So I'm going to repeat that for the other amount. So we have the price cell for toys equals B5 multiplied by G5. Enter. B6 multiplied by G6. B7 multiplied by G7. Plus sign B8 multiplied by G8. The beauty of this system is that whenever we change anything here, it is reflected in the subtotal. Let's say, for example, the price of toys have changed to $13. You see that the subtotal also changes. Let's also say that maybe we made an error for the price of for the quantity of printing paper sold in month 3. Let's say instead of 57, it is now 60. You can see everything changes as well. To get the total amount that we made, that we sold, we can use the auto sum here as well by using the auto summing formula. So overall, we sold 54,297. We're not doing badly at all. This is good. This is good. Meet me on the other side while we continue with this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to look at how to calculate the average for each unit. In the previous lesson, we looked at how to use the auto sum formula to calculate the monthly sales for each of the items. In this lesson, we're going to focus on calculating the average for each item. So let's get started. In order to do that, for each item, we click at the cell where we want the average number to be imputed. For example, for books, we will click on cell D13. So now that we've selected the cell, the next thing to do is to type in the equal sign, average, and then select the sales for the 4 months, and then enter. If you noticed what I did here, in the previous ones, when I enter the equal sign and then the formula for sum, I manually opened parentheses. In this case, however, I double clicked the formula once it appears. Let me show you what I mean. Equal sign, average. This is the calculation for toys, average. You can see that here Excel has pre-populated the screen with what it thinks we are looking for, the formula it thinks, or the functions it thinks we are looking for. So I'm going to double click on average, and that not only brings up the average function, it also opens the parentheses. So all I have to do now for toys is to select the cells that I want to include, which is toys month 1 to 4. Now I'll click enter to finish the calculation. There you go. So why don't you give it a try and do the same for the other items. Okay, welcome back. Now we have filled in the average monthly sales for each of the items. It's something I need you to take a note of here. If I click on this cell, for example, by clicking on one of these cells, you can take a look at the formula bar to see the formulas or the functions behind the calculation. Right now it says equals sign, average, open parentheses, cell C4 to F4, close parentheses. If I do that for these other cells, you notice the same thing. So behind each of these numbers, the formula for calculating the average, or the function for calculating the average, is displayed in the formula bar. Moving forward, let's assume we have made a monumental mistake. There was a particular item that we sell at the Treasure Notes bookstore that we did not add. Now we need to add that. How do we do that? The way to add rows or columns is basically the same thing. There are two ways to do it. The first is the easier way. If you click on, let's say, t-shirts, and you right click beside it, you see the insert button here. If you click on it, it inserts above the cell that you clicked. Let's undo that again. Another way to do it is to go to the Home tab and move to your right hand side, find Insert, and then click what you want to insert. You can either insert sheet rows, because that's select, or sheet column, because the rows are selected right now, so it is graying out sheet columns and giving me the choice to either insert cells or insert sheet rows. So let's insert sheet rows. The same result happens. So we sell a lot of mugs, so we are going to add mugs as a separate line here, and we usually sell them for $9. You can see that as I inputted $9, it took the currency format that we did earlier. That is because this row that we inserted is between the area that was covered with the currency formatting. So how about we input any data here to reflect how many items we sold for the month. We sell a lot of mugs. These are really doing very well. Let's say 341 for month 1, 305 for month 2, 311 for month 3, and 321 for month 4. If you are paying attention, you would have noticed that the monthly values have also changed. The totals for each of the month has also changed. All right, so now the only thing that has not changed here is the formulas, because we have to manually use the autofill to fill out the units sold here. So let's do that. There you go. So now we have the total units sold for mugs for the 4 months at 1,278. Again, to calculate the subtotal, if you remember this correctly, we did the equal sign, and then we multiply the cells that we are interested in, so which is cell B6 multiplied by G6. Enter. There we have our number. And also, if you notice, also the total number also changed here. Okay, one thing that we should have done earlier, but we can do it now anyways, the total units sold for all the products, as well as the total units sold looking at the month, we can impute that here. So in order to do that, we can either use this number, equal sign, sum double click, and then we can either select these numbers or select these numbers. It will be the same. So let's do that. Enter. There you go. Okay, if you don't believe me, let's undo that and then use this number, equal sign sum, double click to open the parentheses, and then select this number and enter. There you go, 4,871. Okay, now we know how to insert rows. How about inserting columns? So it is basically the same thing. We're going to select the first row, and then we're going to right click and click insert. See what happens here? We have a column inserted before the items. So how about if we want to insert two rows at the same time? What we have to do is to select two columns at the same time. Now let's use the other method. Go to the Home tab and find Insert button here and select Insert Columns. Now we have two columns inserted. Let me give you a chance to play with this a little bit and join me on the other side. Hello, in this lesson we're going to look at how to make the data a little bit more visually appealing. We've done the calculations, we presented our data, and it all looks good and accurate. But in terms of presentation, it doesn't look as appealing as I would like it to be. Let's start with the title. The title, for example, is in D1. But what I want to do is to make it span the whole length of the data from A1 all the way to K1. So in order to do that, I'm going to go to the Home tab and find styles, the styles command group, and click on the drop down there. And what am I looking for? I'm looking for title. So I click on that. There you go. And the next thing I want to do is the heading for the various categories all the way from feedback to taxes. I want to make that a particular kind of heading. So I'm going to go back to set styles and find there are 4 different heading styles here. It's heading 1. I'm hovering right now. Heading 2, 3, and 4. I think maybe 3 is a little bit better. It's not too pronounced. It's also conspicuous enough to identify the title. So I'm going to click on 3. And the next thing I want to do is to make sure that whoever is looking at this knows the area where data can be imputed. So this whole area right here where the data is likely to change, I want to make that, I want to differentiate that by making it as input. There you go. And as for the total units and subtotal and taxes, I want to make those as perhaps output, or maybe I can make them calculation. I'll rather use output right here. Okay, as for the total, I'm going to highlight all that and go back to the cell style and find total here. Okay, so in terms of the heading, I'm going to do the same for average unit sold. I'm going to merge. I'm going to make that as heading. Heading 3, maybe heading 4. Okay. One thing I ought to have done with the title is to merge and center it. I forgot to do that, so let's go back and do that now. To merge and center, you select it and you come to the home tab and find merge and center. So now it is centered. I'm going to do the same thing with the average unit, merge and center. Now what happens is that this title and the heading now span across the length of the data. Okay, so what else we have to do here? Let's see, price. We can make that, give that a different sort of maybe accent, maybe a little bit lighter, and Monday to Sunday, do the same thing there, a little bit. Actually, perhaps use a green accent. And as for the items, so we also can make that perhaps this accent. And here you can do whatever you want here, it's up to you. I'm just showing you the different places to get the command. And as for the date, we can make that also select perhaps accent 3. For the books here, we're going to give it the same accent as the items up there. And as for here, we're going to give it output. There you go. This is looking really nice now. And as for these two here, perhaps we'll leave that as is. So what we've done so far is to make sure that we use the different sections to represent, to change the different sections to represent different things using the cell styling, which is a pre-formatted, which is a default styling created by Excel. This is important because we could have done this manually. I could have, for example, come here, let's just select that, go to the home tab, find, maybe increase the font and all of that and change it. However, if I do that, I won't be able to take much advantage of the theme, of the Office theme. Now, because I use the cell style, I can come to the Office theme right here on the page layout tab and click on this. I can begin to, if I am hovering right now, you see as I hover, these different theme colors and font are changed because it's working with the cell style command group. See that? I could also, for example, before I do that, under the theme here, I can change the color a little bit and maybe change that color to something a little bit. See, as I hover, you can see all the different changes that is being shown here. However, I like it the way it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change, this is the Office theme right now. I'm going to maybe change it to gallery or integral. I'm looking for something not too pronounced. How about retrospect? No, let's do Office. Okay, so now we have Office. So the next thing to do is to save this as a theme. How do we do that? If we come down here, we can click on Save Current Theme. I'm going to click on that. This is actually very important. It's going to direct me to the document themes under the Microsoft template. Do not navigate out of this location, because whenever you're looking for this is the only place that Microsoft will look at when you intend to use this thing a little bit later. How about I call this TRO, all caps, pressure notes themes or theme, and I'm going to save it as an Office save it as an office theme. Okay, so the point is that we can use this particular theme that we constructed ourselves for later use. And in order to find it, if we click on page layout and go to themes, we find our theme right here, treasure notes theme. So which means we can use this particular theme for future or any other theme as we desire. All right, so play with this a little bit and then join me on the other side. In previous lesson, I showed you how to use the style command under the home tab to sort of change the sections of your work, and also how to create a personalized theme that you can use for later projects. In this lesson, however, I'm going to show you how to create a template out of this. For example, if this is something that you're going to be doing in a recurrent basis, you don't want to do all this design all over again all the time. So what you want to do is to create a template that allows you to change the input for whenever you need. By that I mean create a template that allows you to repurpose this particular design for future use. So I am going to delete some of this. I'm going to delete all the input value because let's assume that this is something that's going to change. Delete. And perhaps also delete the dates. And I'm going to leave the price, though this can also be considered an input value because it can change depending on your store or the price of materials. But for now, let's leave this. So what we want to do now is to save this as a template. In order to do that, we're going to go to the File tab and find Save As. Or we'll save it on Excel Tutorial 2016, and I'm going to call this Excel Treasure Notes Templates. Okay, so the last thing to do here is to make sure you save it as a template. If I go ahead and click save now, it won't be saved as a template. It will be saved as Excel workbook. See here, save as type, Excel workbook. That's the default. So we have to click on this drop down to find the other ways that you can save Excel. We talked about this earlier, but in this particular lesson, we're looking to save as Excel template. Let's see, can I find that? Excel template right here. So I'm going to click on that. And again, it takes me to the custom office templates, just like we did with Teams. So do not navigate out of here, because whenever Excel is looking for templates, if you call it for a project, it is only going to come here to look for it. So make sure you save it under Document, Custom Office Templates. If that is not what is presented to you when you're saving a template, find a way to navigate to this location. Okay, but often this is where it's going to take you to when you try to save a template. All right, so I'm going to click save. Now this is something wonderful. If you look at the top here, it now says Excel Treasure Notes Template. Interesting. So what happens now, if I close this, I can just come here and make changes and repurpose this template, and I don't have to do all the other things that I did at the beginning of these lessons. So let's close this, for example, and then let's open Excel. Remember this this startup screen. Now something new has happened here. Initially, we only have this template and that was it. But now it shows us featured template, and in addition to that, it shows us personal. So our template that we created obviously is not going to be part of the featured Microsoft templates. It's going to be personal. So if we click on personal, we find our template. If I click on this now, Yes, it gives me not the template that I saved before, but a copy of it. So instead of Excel Treasure Notes template, I have Excel Treasure Notes template 1. Just like when you create a workbook, it gives you Excel workbook 1, workbook 2, 3, and so on. So I can make changes to this now if I want, and then save it as something else. Let's say, for example, we're just going to input various data here. Okay. Notice the changes that is happening with the numbers. Okay. I'm going to pause so I notice as I am changing numbers, you can see that not only the total units, the subtotal and the taxes are changing, the average units are also changing. There you go. There you go. So I have successfully repurposed the template that we saved and imputed new numbers. I can do the date as well if I want to. Okay, so let's say we have October 22, 2022. So I'm going to use the autofill to fill it out, and that's it. That's it. I've been able to repurpose this template to meet my needs. I can use this again and again and again. All right, I want you to practice saving your template and then open it again and see how it works for you. All right, thank you, and I'll meet you on the other side. Hello, welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at a couple of things, starting with duplicating sheet. Right now, we only have in this workbook one sheet, sheet 1. Let's say, for example, we decided to take Treasure Notes Bookstore International. We want to have a location in Toronto, let's say Lagos and Milan. And we want to create 3 different sheets within this workbook for each of the locations. We could create by going down to the bottom here, this plus sign, click on it to create a sheet, and then perhaps copy and paste here, or we could just start all over and start typing. Both methods are a little bit inefficient, so I'm going to delete this for a second. What we want to do is to duplicate this. So let's see how that is done. There are 2 ways to do that. So as I was saying, if I decide to make a duplicate of this, what I will have to do is to right click on sheet 1 down here, right click, and click move or copy, and then select move to end, or check create a copy, and then OK. And then what happens now, I have a duplicate of the first sheet. I can do that again. Let's do this again, move or copy one more time, and select move to the end, create a copy, OK. So I have 3 separate sheets of similar data. So what I want to do now is to rename all of them. To rename, I'm going to click on, actually, before I do that, let me show you one more way of creating a duplicate. If I click on the sheet that I want to duplicate and I hold down my control key, I can drag to the right, and then as you see there, I've created additional sheet. Okay, we only need 3 sheets for now, so I'm going to delete this. Yes. Now to rename, I'll call this Toronto. and I'll call the next one, right click, rename. I'll call this Lagos, and the third one, rename, and I'll call this Milan. All right, there we go. Now we have 3 separate sheets under the same workbook, and they all have the data that we need for each of them. The reason why this is important is because I didn't want to start to create the data for each of the companies all over. All right, so another thing we can do here, let's say we want to make a change across board, across all the different sheets. We want to make a change that will reflect changes in all the different documents for each of our locations, Toronto, Lagos, and Milan. What we can do is to hold down a control key and select all of them, and then we can make our change. Let's say we want to change printing paper to duct tips. Okay, and then we also want to change the price to $17. Okay, so now let's see if that change is reflected in all of them. Okay, I'm going to click on Toronto, and you can see duct tapes at $17. Lagos, duct tapes $17, and Milan, Shaw, duct tapes and $17. Now the next thing to look at here is to show you how to view this data. So we're talking about how to freeze pane. Freezing pane allows you to see a specific section of the data while you are scrolling. Let's say, for example, you want to see side by side the items against the units sold. Of course, we can easily see here because the data is not a lot. But consider a situation where we have maybe month 1 to 12, and it's a lot of information on the screen. So that becomes very, very difficult to do. In any case, I will show you how to make sure that the units sold or the subtotal is moved closer to the items so you can compare them side by side. All right, so what I want to do here is to click on the cell. Wherever I am on the cell, whichever cell is active, we freeze everything above and we freeze everything before. So this whole section will be frozen and this whole section will be frozen, so we can move this side as we want. So let's do that. Let's go to the view tab, I believe, and find the freeze panes. Click on the drop down menu and then click freeze panes. Now if I scroll, you see I can move my items closer to the book items. Now I know that how much I pay for taxes is 1,550. It's very easy for me to see. If I scroll back, I only just want the subtotal. I can easily tell. I can scroll all back to the way it was before. Now what I can also do now, let's say that's not what I want, it's all good, but I want to unfreeze what I just did. I can go back to the drop down menu on the freeze page and click on freeze pane. Now let me try to scroll again and see what happens. The freeze pane is gone. The other thing that you can do here is you can just go ahead without making any selection and go to freeze pane and click on freeze top row. If I do that and I try to scroll, see treasure notes book as the title will always remain. Let's go back and unfreeze that or freeze pane. So without freezing anything, let me scroll so that you see what happens. See, treasure note does not remain. It is scrolled into invisibility. Now another thing we can do is to freeze column. So freeze first column. If I click on that and I try to scroll to the right, the feedback column, column A, will always remain. Right? Okay, so now we know how to use the freeze pane icon. Let me unfreeze this. The next lesson I want to talk about is custom views. Freeze pane works. As you can see, it helps us to sort of compare certain aspects of our work side by side, but sometimes that's not enough. So we can then turn to something called custom views. Let's say, for example, we want to create different views for different people. So I'll show you what I mean. If we click on custom views, this dialog box comes up. We can click on add, and it wants us to name this view. This view right now, let's call it the original view because it has everything in it. Original view. Okay, and we click OK. So if we go to custom views again, you see now we have original view. All right, so let's do something else. Let's close this. Now we want to hide some sections of the work that we're doing, so we can only show a specific section. Let's say we want to show the items against the actual amount that we made, the subtotal. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on these two columns, the home tab, and find the format cell, and then look for visibility, click on this arrow, and then I'm going to hide column, and that column will be hidden. The next thing to do is to select column D to I, and I'm going to do exactly the same thing. Hide, go to visibility, and then click hide column. Now what I have here is the items. Let me make this a little bit bigger. The items, the subtotal, as well as the taxes that were paid. In some cases, this is all we need. If you are the accountant of the company, there are some instances where all that is needed from you is how much you made and what taxes did you pay. This is how to streamline that document so you can send to whoever is requesting it. But we're not done yet. So let's go to the View tab and go to Custom Views, and then create a new view. We call this the Account View, and click OK. Alright, so now if we go back to Custom View, and we can toggle between Original View, Show, and then go back to Custom View again and go to Account View, Show. So we can move back and forth each of these two sections. So now let's go back to Custom Views, Original View, Show, and then continue to do our work. Okay, so let me allow you to catch up with me a little bit and then meet me on the other side. Okay, welcome back. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to spell check. In Microsoft Word, as you are typing, and some other Microsoft applications, as you are typing, if you make an error in spelling, it tells you right away, usually with a red line below it, to tell you that this spelling is incorrect. With Excel, it does not do that. You can initiate the spell check on your own by going to the Review tab and clicking on Spelling. Now, I have this dialog box that is asking me, do you want to continue checking at the beginning of the sheet? Yes, I want to do that. The reason it's asking me is because my cursor is actually on a cell that is down here, not at the beginning. If I say no, it will only spell check everything below this active cell. But I want to check everything, so I'm going to say yes. The spelling right here, when I look up here, it says feedback. The C is missing. So there's a suggestion for the correct spelling here. So I'm going to go ahead and click change. That's corrected. And there's another one. There's units, total units sold. Instead of units with an S, I spelled units with a Z. So I'm going to select the correct one here and click change. There's also another one down here, Saturday. So instead of the A is missing in the day. So there's a suggestion here as well, Saturday, change. There you go. Now I'm being informed that I am good to go. So I'm going to click OK. That is how to use the spell check. Lastly, for this lesson, the last thing I want to show you here, we are going to presume that we are done with our work for now and we want to print this work. How do we set it up for printing? We can go to File, Print, and then print to PDF or send to a particular printer if we have one connected to our work. We can make some minor changes here. For example, print entire workbook, or we can select an active area in the sheet to print, or we can print a specific selection if we've already done that. We can also change the orientation. We can select landscape or portrait. Right now it's portrait. We can select the type, letter type, tabloid, Lego, and we can change the margins a little bit here. But the point is that this is not the best place to make these changes. I'm going to go back and go to page layout, and I'm going to go down here, the page setup command. If you notice here, we can do most of the things that I just showed you in the print section on that file. We can change our margins here as well. We can actually create a custom margin if we want. We can change our orientation, we can change the size, and so on. But I want to click on this little drop down here under the page setup command. Here is actually where you have all the information regarding setting up your print. If you've noticed already, orientation, we have portrait or landscape. We can choose either one here. We can adjust the scaling up to 100, which is right now is 76. We can make this 100, or we can fit to one page. Fitting to one page means that we squish everything into one page, irrespective of the size. What that means sometimes is that we can barely see what we've printed. So that is not always a good idea if you have a lot of information that is more than one page on your screen. So I'm going to click adjust to the normal size. Down here you can select the paper size, just like we saw before. You can select Lego. Lego is usually good if you have a document, if you're printing a document that is longer in length as opposed to in height. And if you're not sure what it looks like, if I click on Lego, I can click on print preview to see how it looks like, right? It doesn't cover everything. You can see that it covers most of it. Let's go back and go back to bring our dialog box. Sometimes you can change the quality of the print, but in this case I can. This is 600 dpi dot per inches. That tells you how thick the print will look on paper. 600 dpi is good enough, but in some cases you may be given the option to change this. Margins, we saw this before. You can, how much space between the text and the paper would you want to have? In the top side of the paper, the left side, the right side, and the bottom side. You can increase this. The default is 7 inches, but you can increase this. You can also center your document on the page. If I click on horizontally, you see what happens here. Vertically, if I remove that, see what happens. So play with this a little bit and see how it works. Header and footer. The header and footer, you can add information there that runs across all the documents. You can make it as a page 1 of something, page 1 of something. You can actually put the name of the store, let's say Milan, or if it's a confidential document, you can say confidential. The footer is the same thing. You have the same information. You can put them there as well. Okay, and the last thing I want to look at here is the area that you want to print. Let's say you only want to print the total units sold. I have to click on, so you have to click on the print area and then select the total units, total units sold, subtotal, and taxes, and it will be selected here. If I click print preview now, that's all I'm going to print. Okay, so that's how, once you've set this up, then you can go ahead to file and then print your document. I know this was a little bit long. I want you to go over everything. We started by looking at how to duplicate the different sheets and how to group them by selecting all of them and making changes that reflect all the sheets without having to do them one after the other. We also talked about how to freeze pane so you can only see certain sections of the document. We looked at custom views. We created new customs. We had the account view and the original view. And then we looked at how to spell check our document because Excel does not do it by default for us. And lastly, we looked at how to set our page for printing by going to the page layout and clicking on this drop down to select our parameters for printing. All right, this was a lengthy one. I wanted to go over it and meet me on the other side. Welcome back. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to password protect your workbook, as well as show you how to protect your worksheet and the different cells. In order to password protect your whole workbook, you go to the file menu and you click on the drop down here that says protect workbook, and there's so many things you can do here. You can click on the read only, which means if they open the workbook, they can't make any changes at all. They can only read and see what you've done. There are instances where that's useful. There are also instances where you will need a password. Maybe you actually want someone to be able to make changes to the workbook, but you only want people that you desire to be able to do so. So people that has a password should be the only ones that can make changes to the workbook. That is what we're going to focus on. In that case, you click on encrypt with a password. Note that you have to make sure you remember this password, because if you forget, you lock yourself out of your own workbook. That's definitely not good. So find something easy, something you can easily remember. In our case, we're going to use 1111. Okay, and we okay that. It's going to ask you to repeat the password 1111. Okay, so now our workbook is protected. If we close and let's close, it's going to ask us for the password. So thankfully we know what the password is, 1111, and okay. So here we're going to have our workbook opened back for us. So that is how to password protect your workbook. Okay, in case you need to remove the password, as you can see here, this is sort of yellowed out. It shows that a password is required. So if we click on encrypt the password, it's going to tell us to enter the password. In order to remove the password, all you have to do is to delete this and OK, and you can see that that yellowed out background is removed, which means there is no more password. Okay, so I want to show you how to protect a worksheet, but also within that worksheet, a section of it will be allowed for input of information. So let's say, for example, we have this customer credit record. We don't want anyone to be able to change the name of the company, these headers, the name of the customers, but we want qualified staff to be able to enter credit limit, sales rep, phone number, and all this information. So what we'll do here is to select this section, right click on it and click format cells, and then navigate to protection. Here you can see that it says locked, which means if we had protected the whole worksheet, this section will be locked as well. So let's uncheck this to remove the locked, to make it unlock, and then we click OK. All right, so now if we go to the review tab and click on protect worksheet, okay, so and click OK, this whole worksheet is protected now. If we try to change Orlando, for example, we are not able to do that. If we try to change Andy here, we are not able to do that. If we try to change any of this information, we are unable to do that. The only thing we can change are the credit limits, the sales rep, date, and phone number. So remember, this was 1,000. Let's do that. There you go. Sales rep, we can enter Richard Ricks. That works. And then the date, we can type in 4th of April 18, 2022. That should work. And for the phone number, we can enter 647 222 2222, and that worked too. Only this section that is unlocked will work within the protected sheet. How about if you want to remove the protection? It's actually very simple. All you have to do is go back to the review tab and click on the unprotected sheet, and therefore you can be able to make your changes if you want now. Okay, so let's undo that. All right, so that's how workbook protection, sheet protection works in Excel. Hello, welcome to Excel 2016. In this series of lessons, we are going to look at intermediate levels of skills in Excel, starting with sorting. Before we do the sorting though, we are going to look at something very useful tool in Excel that a lot of people are not aware of. It is called Flash Fill. If you have an organization where all staff use the same email format, for example, let's say first name dot last name at google.com, for example, right? You can use the Flash Fill to fill out emails of staff if you have a long list to work with. Let me show you what I mean. In this example, we have for Treasure Notes Bookstore, we have first names and last names. Presumably, the email pattern is like this: Ivy dot last name, which is Mario, at tn for Treasure Notes .ca, which is a Canadian domain. So if I just adjust this a little bit, remember how to do this, adjust the column. Let's see, There you go. That's better. Now I have this first name Ivy dot last name Mario@tn.ca. This is the format that is used in Treasure Notes bookstore. So if I want to fill all these, usually I'll have to fill out the same thing. Now, if it's only for these 20 employees, that's not much of a problem. That can be done within minutes. However, let's say you have an organization that has hundreds or even thousands of employees. This becomes a big problem. It becomes a time consumption. So that's where flash fill becomes very important. So what is flash fill? Now I have created the first email. Excel knows the pattern. I need to create a second one for Excel to fully understand what I am doing here. So I'm going to go sam.tacho, which is the second name on the list, at tn.ca. Alright, so I'm going to enter and go to the third. As soon as I start typing Erin, you can see Excel recognizes the pattern and then flash fills all the other names grayed out. All I have to do to activate this field is to click the enter button. There you go. How amazing is that? Like I said, for a 20 name list, this is not much of help, but if you are filling for 1,000 people in an organization, that becomes very difficult very quickly. There's another side to this. The other side to this is that if you have an email but you do not have first names and last name, and we recognize that this is the same pattern, first name and last name, and all you want to do is to sort of get only the names from this email, what you can do is do the reverse of what we did. Let's say you have the emails here. You go to the column next to the emails and type, for example, Ivy and last name Mario. Okay, enter, and the next name is Sam. As soon as I start typing that, it recognizes that I'm looking for the first name and last name, and it fills the whole screen for me. All I have to do is press the enter key to activate. So this is amazing. This is a serious time saver. Okay, so this is how flash fill works. Now we move on to the next lesson, which is sorting. Before I do that, I want to delete the first name and last name column because I just wanted to use it as an example. We have the first name and last name here, so I do not need to repeat this. So I'm going to right click, select, and delete. So now we have this, and then okay, for sorting, normally what happens is that you need to select the column, the whole column that you want to sort. Let's say department list by alphabetical order. You want the first department with the first letter in the alphabeticals to appear first. You have to select everything and then go to sorting. However, with newer version of Excel, you don't have to do that. All you have to do is to click on that column and go to, there are two places, there are two ways you can do this. You can go to the home tab and move on to the right hand side of it and find the sort tool here. You can click on the drop down and sort from A to Z or from Z to A. But we are not going to use that. We're going to use the data tab where we have the sort and fill command group. So it's the same, it's essentially the same thing, but instead of clicking on the drop down menu as you did on the home tab, you actually have the sort tool right here individually by themselves right on the command group tab. So now to sort the department, column, all we have to do is to click on the commands that we desire here. Let's say the A to Z. Let's click on that. So as you can see here, this column has been sorted by alphabetical order. We have accounting, customer service, research, and training. It's important to note as we do this sorting that there becomes changes in the whole data table. If you look at the numbers, you see that the numbers have sort of flipped. Now they are not from 1 to 20 anymore, because the changes in the department column also affect the changes in the numbers column. All right. However, this works very well if you have what is being known as a well-formed list. A well-formed list is a list that has data in close proximity without a column separating any part of it or a row separating any part of it. If I, for example, click here, create a new, maybe insert a new column here, for example, things will not work. If I try to make a change that affects all the data, that will not happen. It will only affect one of the data. Let me give you an example. What I just did here, for example, is to show you how to sort the department column. How about I try to sort something else? Let me sort the hours worked. Okay, from A to Z. All right, so I've done this, but what happens here is that none of these changes. Nothing here changed because this empty column is a gulf between the two sets of data on the screen. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to undo that sort. Undo. Okay, so undo the sort and also undo the inserted column. So let's try to do this sorting again, and you watch what happens to the other section here. So I'm going to click on this and then go to sort. As you can see, these changes as well. All right, now you have accounting, research. It's not alphabetical as it was before because the whole data set are now working together, because this is a well-formed list that does not have any empty column or row separating the data. The next thing I want to show you is how to do custom sorting. Right now we have this data set, and one of the interesting columns here is the day of column. Let me explain the data set a little bit. We have a Treasure Notes Bookstore as the name of the organization, and we have numbers itemizing each of the rows. We have employee numbers. We have first name, last name, the area of work, whether they work in the west, north, east, and so on. The location, the specific location of their work, the date that the employees were hired, and their day off every week. Some people are off on Monday, Saturday, Sunday, Friday, and Wednesday, Thursday as well. They have their email here as well, and then we have their phone extension. So what we want to do here is to be able to know easily when employees are off. The way it is now, we have to sort of go through each of the names to find the date that the employees are not working or that they are off. As I've said before, with a 20 list, this might be easy to do relatively, but when you have a big data set where you have hundreds and thousands of data, then this becomes a bit of a challenge. So in any case, the easiest way to find out the group of people who are off on a specific date is to sort the day off column. So you know who is off on Mondays, and who the set of people off on Mondays, and the set of people off on Saturdays, and so on and so forth. The best way to find the group of employees that are off on a specific day is to find the day off of each of the employees, and you can do that by sorting the day off column here, so you know who's off on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and so on. All right, so let's do that. This is not difficult. This is a repetition of what we did before. So if I click on this column here and go to the data tab and find the sort button, so I want to sort from A to Z, lowest to highest, so I'm going to click on that, and here we have it. It has been sorted, but there is a big problem. The problem is that it is sorted alphabetically, but we all know that the days of the week is not alphabetically. The days of the week does not start by Friday. I mean, Friday does not come before Monday, for example. All right, and Monday, let's see here, Saturday does not come before Thursday or Tuesday. So this is wrong. This sorting is wrong. So what do? Then we call on the special sort button here, the one that has the Z to A and the A to Z sort here. This is the actual sort button. All right, so if I click on this, let's lift my click over there, and if I click on this sort button, I get this sort dialog box with these different column and associated values. Now what I'm looking for is that I'm trying to order the day off column, so I have to go to order. Here, the default is A to Z. So if I click on the drop down beside it, what is what I find? I find Z to A, but nothing here shows me how I'm going to order based on the day of the week, except by clicking on the custom list. Let's click on that and see what happens. By clicking on that, I have the custom list dialog box. Now there are different values here. There is the short form of day of the week, SUN, MON, that represents Sunday, Monday, and so on. And then you have the full day of the week spelled out, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and so on. If you're looking for the months, which we are not, you can also see them here. All right, so in our case, we're looking for the day of the week. Mind you, do not click on the short form day of the week here. For example, this one, the reason is because it won't work, because in our column we actually have the full spelling of the day of the week. So you have to click on the full day of the week list entry. So now if I OK that, and now I have as order as Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and so on. If I OK this, it gets reflected on my data set. Now I know that 3 people are off. 3 people are off on Sunday, 3 are off on Monday, 2 are off on Tuesday, and so on and so forth. If I come to this data, I quickly just want to know who's not working on Saturday. I just have to go down here to the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and see that Sam, Erin, Sophia, Peter, and Danny are not working on Saturday. So I can make my decision either as a manager or as a scheduler. That is how to custom sort your data. Before I go on to show you the next lesson, which is filter, let me do one more sorting. If we want to find out all the employees that work in the West End or in the South, we can also sort by area. So if I click on this area column, I can click on the sort button to sort based on alphabetical order. Now I know that this group of employees, Jenna, David, Ahmed, Erin, and Sophia, all works in the east, and these other sets work in the north, and so on. Alright, so sorting is a very powerful tool if you have a big data set. Now let's go to filtering, which is very interesting and useful, especially if you have a big data set. Let me do another example of sorting here. Let's say we have a department column here. I want to sort this in alphabetical order again, or maybe the other way around. Let's sort this in alphabetical order, but from highest to lowest. So we'll click on the down button, and now we have these sorting. Okay, to reverse that, we click on the next one. All right, I think by now you're pretty much familiar with the sorting tool. What I want to show you is that sometimes sorting is not enough. You need to be able to filter to have certain data highlighted on the screen. So the filter button can be found in two places. We have the filter button on the home tab, as we had the sort button. If I click on the drop down here, I should be able to find the filter button here. But again, we're going to use the data tab and go to this big filter button here. If I click on that, notice how each of the column heading now has a drop down icon, for each of them. So now, what are these used for? Let's click on one of them. If, for example, I only want to see employees that are full-time on the screen. I only want employees that are full-time on the screen. So I'm looking for, let's spread that a little bit. So I'm looking at the status, employee status column. So if I go to this drop-down menu here, you see that there are three selections here. One is the select all, we select everything, which is what is by default happening right now. But if I only want full-time, I have to deselect the select all and select FT, which represents full-time. If I click OK, I will only have full-time displayed on the screen. I will only have employees with full-time status displayed on the screen. All right, maybe that's not enough. Maybe I also want among the full-time employees, I also want those who make $15 displayed. All right, so I'll go to the pay per hour column and select the drop down, and then deselect all again because that's the default, and then find $15 and click OK. So now what I have is only the full-time employees that make only $15. You see how this works? So this is how you can filter for certain categories of data or for certain type of data and hide the others that you don't need at the current moment. All right, the question now becomes, okay, all right, now we have done our filtering. It seems like we've lost a lot of data. Where did the rest go? Because if I look at the status bar here, I see that it says we have 8 out of 20 records found. What happened to the rest? There are two ways you can bring it back. You can reverse what you did before, for example, by clicking on that, clicking on the filter icon and then selecting everything, and then going next to click on the pay per hour icon and selecting everything. But the easiest way to do it is to go to the data tab, find the clear command here. What does it say? It says clear the filter and sort state for the current range of data. So it's going to clear the filter and the sort command that we previously gave. So let's do that. Click on this and then we have everything else back. Alright, so now we have all our data back on screen, but we still have the filter drop down icon here. So in order to remove that, all we have to do is to click on the filter command here, which is still highlighted, and then every thing will be the way it was before. Alright, I hope this was helpful. Take time to go over this again. Remember we did sorting by sorting the first sheet here as we please, by sorting the department. We also did a flash fill. The next we did a custom sorting with the day of the week, and then we went to the filtering sheet and decided to filter for full-time, and then also filter for the hours of work. So play with this as you wish, and then join us on the other side. Welcome back to Excel 2016. In this lesson, we are going to look at tables. In fact, we are going to create a table, and I'm going to show you all the things that you can do with a table. For some of you, you might be thinking, well, don't we already have a table? Is Excel not intuitively a table? I mean, it has headings and it has rows and columns. Isn't that what a table is? Yes and no. You're right. In some sense, this looks like a table, but Excel does not necessarily regard it as a table. If you want Excel to sit as a table so that you can apply all the functionalities of Excel table, then you have to tell Excel this is a table. And the way to do that is actually quite simple. What you have to do is to select the data by clicking on it and dragging to make sure that you capture where the information is. Now you have to go to the Insert tab and find the table icon, the table command. So let's give that a click. It comes up with the Create a Table dialog box. Here it captures where your data is located, and then right here it asks if the table has headers. In our case, we do have headers: number, status, department, first and last name, and so on is what is being asked of here when it's asking if you have a header. Yes, we do. So in that case, we are going to click OK to indicate that we do have a header. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Now the magic happens. Now you've seen that we have created our very first table. The good thing about it is that there's so much you can do here. First, notice the dedicated table tools tab here, where we have design. You can actually change the specific table style of this table by, let's just hover on each of these ones and then see what it does. Okay, this is good. Kind of like this. I tend to use this a lot. We keep going and going, and this and this. If you're not satisfied with any of these, then you can click on the drop down here, and then you can find more options down here. But for the sake of this class, let's choose this blue table style medium 2. Okay, what else can you find here? Notice how I clicked out of the table and then the table 2 is gone. In order for me to get it back, I have to click on the table again, and then it is back right here. Okay, now that I'm here, by clicking on it, these tools that I was looking at before came back. The other thing I want to talk about here to continue with the tools is the fact that you can remove the filter button. What is that? Right here, you see the filter button that we talked about before. Each of these columns does have a filter button. By now we all know what you can do with the filter button. You can, for example, filter for only full-time here by selecting just deselect and select full-time, and then you have that. You see now all the part-time gone. All we have now is full-time. We can go back and select all to bring back our part-time. That's just an example of how to do that. Just a reminder, because I know we've done this before. All right, so in any case, these are the filter buttons. If you don't want them, if you don't want to see them here, if you have no use for them, all you have to do is to uncheck here. Uncheck the filter button and it's gone. You want them back? Click on it again. The same with the other tools around here. You can remove the header row completely by unchecking it and then checking it to bring it back. The total row, for example, if you have that, you can bring that in. You can take that away. The branded rows are these differentials in terms of coloration of the rows or column, if as the case may be. In this case, the rows. So we can unbrand this by removing the branded rows, and then it will just look like a blank normal Excel rows and columns. Want to bring it back? We click on that. We want to bring back the first column. We can highlight the first column. We can unhighlight it. Want to highlight the last column? We can do that. We want to include the columns as branded. Click. Now the columns are branded. But this doesn't make sense for this kind of table. We're going to remove this. The branded rows make more sense. Okay, so what about the external table data? Here is much of exporting the data to other applications such as Visio or SharePoint. We are not going to do that here, but that is what this is used for. Insert slicer, we're going to talk about this a little bit more later. Summarize with pivot table is also something we're going to talk about later. But we're going to talk about removing duplicates here. At the moment, we don't have duplicates. To make that happen, I'm going to just copy some data. Right click, copy and paste. And now we have some duplicate data. What we can do here is for example, if this was an error, we can go to click on the table again to bring back the design tools. We can click remove duplicates. Now it gives us this removing duplicate dialog box, and it's asking us where is the duplicate. We can look at everything and just click select all, okay, and wherever there is duplicate will be removed. Or we can be very specific. Let's for now leave it at default and select everything and click OK. 3 duplicate values found are removed. This is exactly what we're looking for. The 3 rows that we added was removed. Okay, what if we're looking for specifics? Let's say right now we can say, for example, let's look at it here. Let's add one more here. Just going to click on this row. Select this row right here. Copy and paste. And then now we have to, I'm going to change the last name of Danny here to maybe Sam. Okay. So the only thing that is duplicated here now is the employee number. So in order to remove duplicate, let's go back in here and I click on duplicate. It's going to ask me where I want to remove duplicate, where the duplicate is, and I'm going to look for a unique data, for example, which is the employee number. Unselect everything and then select the employee number, and then 2 duplicates values are found and removed. Okay. All right, so that's how to remove duplicate. The next thing I want to show you is once you're done with all these and you are ready to remove the table that you inserted, you can do that by clicking on Convert to Range. If I click on this, it's going to ask me, do you want to convert the table to a normal range? Yes. And this is what we get. So it is just now a table. So even if I click inside, you won't see that table design tools anymore because it is a normal table now. All right. I want you to play with this a little bit and then come back and we are going to talk about subtotals. See you on the other side. Okay, welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at subtotals. In order to find out command, you go to the Data tab. If you look on the right hand side, you see the command for subtotal. However, before we do that, we have to do something that we have done before. We have to sort the data. The subtotal function will not work properly with a data that is not properly organized. So we are going to select this data and go to the Sort tool under the Data tab and click on that. And I'm sure you remember this sort dialog box that we saw in previous videos. All right, now under column sort by, we are going to click genre, okay, because we are first sorting by genre, and then we're going to add another level. We are going to sort by sub-genre. So first we're going to sort A to Z, fiction and non-fiction. So fiction comes up first, and then after that we're going to sort the sub-genre, and each of these sub-genre will be sorted based on the genre. I'll just show you. You see what I mean. Click on that. So here we have it. So we have the fiction genre, and under the fiction genre we have the horror subgenre. We have the mystery, romance, science fiction. Under the non-fiction general genre, we have academic textbooks, history, mystery, and self-help, as well as travel guides. Okay, so you may be wondering why we have mystery as part of non-fiction. That's probably an error. So how about we just call this history? Okay, all right. So, and here we have the titles of the specific books or titles that were being sold, and this is the sales price, and this is the sales margin. This is how much the store owner is going to make for each of the sales. Okay, and this is the quantity of items that is being sold. All right, so now this data has been properly organized, it's been sorted. So now we can actually go and use the subtotal command by clicking on it. So what is happening here? Excel is actually asking us to fill out this dialog box, this subtotal dialog box. So at each change in the genre, for example, from fiction to non-fiction, Excel will use the function, the sum function, to sum the sales margin. Okay, and then if there are subtotals that were previously imputed, it's going to replace it, and it's also going to include the summary below. Okay, so you see this as we click OK. So let's go ahead and click OK. There you go. So this is what happens here. As Excel dictates a change in this column, in the genre column, fiction, it adds a total for fiction, and that is under the sales margin we have $116. And then for the non-fiction, sums it to $267. It also add a bonus of giving us a grand total, which we did not ask for, but it's good. It's nice to have, of the sum of the total of the fiction and the non-fiction. So we have $383. Okay, so this is just a snapshot. To actually see the full data, you have to go on the left-hand side and click on these numbers. Number 1 shows the grand total that we just explained, both fiction and non-fiction. Number 2 shows the separate totaling of the fiction and non-fiction, and as well as the grand total. And then number 3 returns us back to the data. This is how to use the subtotal command. All right, I'll let you play with this a little bit, and then I will ask that you meet me on the other side. Hello, welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we're going to look at charts. This is probably one of my favorite commands in Excel because it's easy to use charts to quickly analyze data, no matter how large the data is. So let's get to it. To create a chart, we select the data. And then if you look at the bottom right hand side, this is one way of creating it. If you click on the quick analysis tool that is showed up, or you click on Ctrl J, this dialog box will come up. We are looking for charts, so we click on charts, and here by hovering you can see the different representation of the charts, right? And the way to know what to do will depend on the kind of data that you want to represent with the chart. If you don't see what you're looking for, you can click on the more charts to see more here, and you find click on all charts, and then you'll be able to check all the different charts that are available. If you're looking for something else, maybe lines, pie, bar, all that kind of diagrammatic representation, you can click on that here. Let's say pie, for example, right? Bar. So you can see the different things here. But let's cancel this, and then we're going to go back to quick analysis and click on chart and select the first one. Okay, so now we have our chart. However, it looks like there is an error in terms of the way the chart is organized, elements of the chart is organized. This here that says the names, these bars that says names, is supposed to have the month. In order to make that switch, let's just do that before anything else. We are going to go to the chart tools. Each time you select the chart box, you see the chart tools will be highlighted. And then you can click on the switch row / column. Click on that, and now you see that the month now represents the different bars. So here it's not easy for us to see that, for example, in the second month, that Meta is the #1 salesperson there, and he is quickly followed by Tacho. All right, so that's just a brief way of showing you how to analyze the data. Okay, so what else can we do here? We can also change the chart styles by hovering. Okay, I don't want to click, just hover and see what comes up. Okay, there you go. Or click on this. I kind of like this a little bit, but let's stick with the default. That's one thing that you can do. The other thing that you can do is to actually change the chart type by clicking on this, and this brings back the dialog box that I showed you earlier, where you can change the different kind of chart representation that you want to see here. Let's go back, and you can play with this and see how this works. On the right hand side of the chart, you see these different tools. The first one is the chart elements. Here, if you click on it, you can exclude or include any particular element. For example, if you want the data table to be part of it, you click on the data table, select the data table, and then you can actually see the data table here as part of this. I kind of like this a little bit. If you want to remove the title, for example, you can, let's see here, chart title. Sorry, I'm not seeing very clearly. You can click on this. If you want to remove the title, you can deselect the chart title and that will be gone. What else can we play with here? If you want to remove the grid lines, you can unselect that to remove the grid lines. If you want to remove the legend, you can remove the legend. Okay, again, play with this a little bit and see how that works for you. Okay, I'm going to click out of there, select it again to bring back the tools. And the second tool here is the chart size. This is also the same thing that we saw above here under the chart tools. You can select whatever you want to select here. If I just hover, you can see that it's giving me a different style of the chart. Okay, and the last thing we can do here is the chart filters. If we click on that, you can see that all the categories and series, the names in this case, are selected. Let's say, for example, I do not want Mario to be part of this chart. I can unselect that and apply, and Mario will be gone. There's no more Mario here. Okay, so to bring him back, I can check it again and apply, and he is back. If, for example, again, I do not want month 4, the 4th month, to be part of the analysis, I can uncheck the 4th month and apply, and I will only have month 1 to 3. All right, so let's bring that back again and then apply. Then I have that. Okay, so what else can we do here? We can, let's click on the chart table, the chart tools, I mean. We can also go to the page layout and change the colors of the chart. If I hover, you see as I hover and move down, the color of the chart is changing. Okay, you can select anything you want here. All right, so let's click out of that. You can also change the theme. If I click this, I can change the theme of the chart, kind of like this. This is nice, but is duplicating the names on the screen. Okay, all right, they all are. So you can play with this as much as you like and figure out what works for you. Okay, let's get out of there. All right, this is charting in a nutshell. The other thing I want to show you other than the chart is, for example, how you can show how each of the staff are doing from month to month. Now we'll compare them with each other. But now, how about we compare them based on how they do from month 1, month 2, month 3, and month 4. This is called trending data, right? How is the sales for Mario changing for each of the months? To do that, we're going to use a simple tool. Let's go back to insert, and we're going to find the line, the spark lines, and click on the line command, sparkline command, and it's going to ask us which data we're looking for. So the data range. Now we're looking under Mario, so we're going to select month 1 to 4, and it's going to be in cell F5. I'm going to click OK, and there you have it. Okay, so what we're seeing that at the beginning of the month, Mario was doing okay at 12,336, and then in the second month he fell down to 9,000 plus, and in the third month it went up a little bit from the first month to around 13,000 plus, but in the fourth month it shot up to 16,000. So by looking at this, I can easily see the trend, but this is still not very clear. I can make this a little bit more clearer by clicking on the spark line color here and changing the color, let's say to green, for example. I can also change a lot of things here. Maybe the marker, I haven't added a marker, so let's add a marker. these are the markers. So just to show each of the points, this first one here is month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4. I can show the last. If I don't want, I can only show the last point. I can also always show the first point. I can only show the high point. I can only show the low point. If there are negative points, I can only show that, but that won't be represented here. Okay, so let's leave the markers on, and we can also change the style of the design by clicking on any of these tools, for example. Okay, all right, so this is what this is about. The last thing I want to show you here is that you can autofill for all the others by just dragging down, and there you have that. So here you can easily see who is doing what in terms of sale. Tacho, for example, sales has went up a little bit in the second month, but went back down as it was in the first month. And Bryce started okay, but went down, but has sort of recovered in the fourth month. So that is how to read this. So I want you to play around with this a little bit and see how it works. Before you do that, the last thing we want to do is to print this chart. In order to print this, it's actually quite easy. We select the chart, make sure you select it, and go to File, Print. And here you have it. You can either print to PDF if that's what you're looking for, or you can actually print into paper, and that will be that. Okay, so play with this a little bit, have fun with this, and then meet us on the other side. Hello, welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at importing data from the web and from other sources. In most cases in Excel, we create the data that we use. Whether you're creating a spreadsheet of students and their grades, or creating a spreadsheet of employees and their employee number and how much you pay them. But the point is that often we create our own data. But there are instances where you have to import data from other sources. And one of those sources is importing data from the web. That's what I'm going to show you how to do in this lesson. Okay, let's get to it. First, click on the specific cell where you want the data to be installed. And then you go to the Data tab and click on From the Web, import data from a web page. Okay, and the next thing is to enter the URL of the web page. Let's go to the site. I'm trying to enter information from this website, which is a currency exchange website. So I'm looking to import this particular table. Okay, so I will copy the URL and then minimize this and go back to this dialog box here, enter, and then click OK. Okay, finally we have data pulled from the web. In this page here, you can navigate to any area of the web that has the information you're looking for. There are two views here to the right. There's the table view, which I will talk about in a second, and there is the web view. The web view actually has the information that I showed you previously on the web page, but we are only interested in these major currencies, and so they will be represented in the table view in one of these subsisting documents. So if I click on that, that's not the one, that's not the table. The second one to see, no. Table 0, no. Table 2, there you go. This is what we are looking for. Okay, let's just see what's in table 3. Table 3 is the other longer table. At the moment, we are not interested in that, so we're going to go back to table 2. And then, instead of clicking load here, it's better to click the drop-down menu and click load to. This way, you can specify exactly where you want to load your information to. Okay, so this is the tab that I'm looking for, the dialog box that I'm looking for. Here, by default, if I click load, it would have gone straight to a new worksheet. That's often the recommended, but in this case, I just want to insert the data inside this particular worksheet that we're working on. So I'm going to click existing worksheet. There are other choices here that you can show your table in, but let's go with existing worksheet, and the cell is A3, which is selected here. That is going to be, so I'm going to click OK to continue, and there you go. So now we have our data pulled from the web. So now we have the currency rates for each of the various countries. Now the next thing to do is to actually use this rate to convert these amounts into Canadian dollar equivalent. Okay, so to do that is easy. We enter the equal sign and then select the amount, the cell where you want to where that will contain the amount that you want to convert, and then multiply that by this is euro. So what is the rate of euro to Canadian? Euro to Canadian here is cell G5. Okay, so enter, and then you have the conversion. So 1,000 euro is equivalent to 1,375 Canadian dollars. So let's do that for the pounds. So again, we enter the equal sign. We click on the cell that contains the amount, and then we click the multiplication sign, and then we click on the rate, the pounds rate for Canadian exchange, Canadian dollar exchange, and that's in G6. Again, we'll press the enter key. We're going to do that for the US dollar as well. Again, we click on the cell containing the amount, and then we enter the multiplication sign, and then for the US dollar is 1.26 something, enter, and then the last one is the Japanese yen. Same process. Click on the cell with the amount, multiplication, and then the Japanese yen is right here, G8, and then we enter. So that's how to calculate this. The beauty of this is that when you change the cell containing the amount, let's say you decide to exchange 800 euro to Canadian dollar, you just have to change that there, and then the equivalent amount will be displayed on the cell containing the conversion. You can do that for Great Britain as well. Let's say 750 or 75. USD 590, and Japanese yen 5. So you can see that this is working. All right. So this is the whole point of this. The other important thing to note here is that because this is a live data, so to speak, because it's pulled from the web, if changes are made on the website, that will also reflect here when you refresh by going to the data tab and clicking on refresh. You are able to refresh this particular data because it's connected to the website. Okay, so that is what we have been able to do here. All right, so the next thing I want to quickly show you is how to import data from, I'm going to quickly delete some of these and delete. All right, so it's how to import data from sources, from other sources. Let's say from sources within the computer. Okay, so what I'm going to do is to place a cursor on where I want the data to be pulled into, and I'm going to click on the data tab and go to the left hand side where it says get data, the command that says get data, and I'm going to click on the drop down, and then there are many options here. There's workbook, test, and so on. You also have, you can pull data from databases. You can pull data from online services such as Facebook, SharePoint. But for now, we're going to pull data from within our workbook, from within the previous workbook stored in this computer. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to locate that information, which is somewhere in my computer. Let's click on that, Excel 2016, and the file is right here. Okay, so again, I have this navigation button, and I'm going to click on that, and this is the information that is contained in the file that I want to pull. I can do the same thing by clicking on the drop down beside the load and click load to. It's going to ask me where I want to load it, and I'm going to click on existing worksheet, and the cell is selected right here. If I click OK, my data will be pulled in. That is how to pull data from sources within your computer. You can play with how to pull data from all the other sources using the same technique and methods and procedures that we've used here. All right, I want you to play with this a little bit, and then meet me on the other side. Hello, welcome back to Excel 2016. In this lesson, we are going to look at pivot tables. Pivot tables are used to analyze and arrange data. In this particular data, we have data collected over 2 years. We have the month, the year, and the genre of books sold. And we have the sales staff, the area, and then the total units sold in US dollar, as well as the total units sold in numbers per month. So let's dive into it. To get to the pivot table, you go to the Insert tab and go to the left hand side to the extreme left, and you see pivot table. There's another command there, recommended pivot tables, that can be used as well, but for the moment, or for this lesson, we're going to use the pivot tables command here under the tables command group in the Insert tab. So let's click on pivot tables. Let's cancel this a little bit. Before you click on the pivot tables, make sure your cursor is within the text. Otherwise, it is not going to work. Let me give you an example. Or otherwise, you may have to select the text yourself. It's just easier for you to have your cursor within the text. Let's say I have my cursor outside of the text. I'm going to click on pivot tables, and this is the dialog box that comes up. As you can see, it's asking me the range that I want to select. I can do that. It's a lot of data, but the easier way to do this is to cancel this, click within the data set, and then click on pivot tables. Now when I look here, it's already selected the range of data that it wants to use, or that I want to use. So Excel is smart enough, as soon as you click on the data itself, for it to recognize and select the range of data that you want to use. The next question is, do you want to place the pivot table in existing worksheet, in this particular worksheet that we're working on, or in a new worksheet? It is always recommended to place the pivot table in a new worksheet. So we're going to go ahead and do that and click OK. Okay, this is a very strange window in Excel. It's strange in the sense that it does not look like anything else in Excel. You see this here, it says pivot table 1. To build a report, choose fields from the pivot table field list. So which field is it talking about? That will be on this side. So let me expand this a little bit so we can see, and then I'm going to also increase this so we can see a little bit. On the right hand side, you have two particular sections. You have the pivot field section, which contains the column headers that we have in the data. Here we have month, year, genre, sales area, and so on. If you go to the pivot table data, you see that we have month, year, genre, sales area, and so on. Okay, so let's go back to the sheet. Okay, so we're back here. So now this first section is where you select the different data points and then impute them on the bottom section, which is this quadrant of filters, columns, values, and rows. For the pivot table to work, the values quadrant must contain data, and then one of the rows and column quadrants must also consist of data, must contain data. The filters does not have to, but it helps to be able to select different data points if this is selected. So let me show you what I mean. In this example, let's go back to the table. We have the year of sales. We have 2020 to 2021. Within those years, we have month from January to December, and each month we have total sales of items sold in US dollars. Now, what is the amount sold in each month of each year? Let's answer that. We can do that by looking at this data, but obviously, as you can see, this is a lot of information. This is why the pivot table is required. So what is the total amount sold each month for each year in a snapshot? So that is what we're going to pivot. So we're going to go back to the pivot table sheet, and then in the sales, in the values quadrant, we're going to put in the total sales. And to do that, we just click and drag, and place the total sales there. And as you can see, it's reflected here. So this is the total sales. Now, for the row section, we are going to impute year. And now, what we have now, we have 2021. The sum total sales is 584,487. And for 2021, I mean, that was for 2020. For 2021, we have 593,496, with the grand total also stipulated here. So it's easy just for us to, just by dragging these two data points into this quadrant, we can easily tell how much our grand total is, how much we sold in 2020, and how much we sold in 2021. All right. So now, what else can we do here? How about we break it down further? How about we drag the month to the rows quadrant? Can we do that? Oh yes, we can. We can have within each quadrant more than one data point. Now, for 2020, as you can see on the left hand side, we not only have the total for the year, we also have the total for each of the month from January to December for 2020 and for 2021. Okay, so now how about we know exactly who sold what in each of the month? How do we do that? We can bring in the sales. That's where we can bring in the sales staff. All right, so just a quick aside there. If I click outside of the data point, my pivot table will disappear. To bring it back, I just have to click on the data and it goes again. Click out, it goes away. Click on it and it comes back. All right. So I was saying that we need to know how much each of the staff sold per month for both year. So for both 2020 and 2021. So we're going to drag the sales staff to the column quadrant. My mouse is playing a trick on me. So we're going to drag the sales staff to the column quadrant, and here we go. Now we have all the salespeople represented by how much they are selling each month, or they sold each month on the screen. Okay, so this is how to create a pivot table for monthly sales. So we can call, right now it's sales sheet 1. We can rename, right click, rename, and call it pivot table or pivot book sales. Okay, so this is, here we go. This is what we have now. As you can see, it makes it a lot easier to be able, this is the same data that we have here in the pivot table, but you can see it's a lot of information here, and the pivot book sales just makes it easier for us to quickly look at what is going on and tell who is doing what. For example, in December 2020, Brett, which is the first salesperson here, sold 2,231, but in December 2021 he sold 6,352. So you can be able to compare the data for each salesperson month, year after year, or month by month, and you can also compare the data between the staff. For example, in January, you can tell how much Brett sold, how much Danny sold, how much Dave sold in one snapshot, and then you can look at how much and what the grand total of sales is on the right hand side and also on the bottom side for both years. All right, so now that we have seen this, how about we try something else? We're going to remove the data points that we have here on the screen. How do we do that? It's simple. We just uncheck the points here, uncheck that, uncheck and uncheck, and our screen is clean again. The other thing that I want to do is to perhaps show you how one other way that we can use this data point, that we can make comparison of this data point. And let's see, let's look at the yearly sales, maybe back to rows, and then look at how much was sold in each area. Put that in the values, and as you can see, that does not seem to work well because I put the wrong value field. So let me try putting a column, and there you have it. Okay, so now we have northwest, east, north, and west per year, but you can see there is no data points here. The reason there is no data point here is because there is no value. The value quadrant is not filled. The value quadrant is the meat of pivot. There has to be something here. All right, so what we're going to do is to drag in the units sold in the values quadrant. There you go. So now we have our data point correctly. In 2020, in the east, we sold 120,735. You can see the number for the north and for the west. And for 2021, you can see the numbers as well. All right, so that is how to use the pivot table. I'm going to remove these data points and go back to the previous data points that we used before, which was year in the rows column, month in the rows column, and total sales in the values column, wrong column, total sales in the values column, and then sales staff in the columns quadrant. Okay, so now we are going to do something else. We are going to create a pivot chart. But before we do that, I want you to play with this a little bit and then meet me on the other side. Okay, welcome back. We previously were talking about pivot tables, and we did promise that in the next lesson we're going to look at pivot charts. Pivot chart is another way of analyzing data, of making it simple for us to be able to see data and how they compare to each other. To get to pivot charts, make sure you're clicking on the table, and you'll see pivot tables selected or highlighted here. There are two sections of the pivot tables. There's the analyze and there is the design. Under the design, you find something like the pivot table styles, which if you hover over it, you see the different styles changing. And there are other things that you can do. For example, rows header, removing the rows header and bringing it back, column headers and bringing it back. You can also include bounded rows if you want, bring it back. It's just if you remember correctly, when we dealt with charts in previous videos, this is exactly the same thing that we were able to do. However, in this lesson we're going to go to the analyze section, where if we go on the right hand side, we'll see pivot charts. So if we click on that, it is going to give us this insert chart dialog box. This is again similar to what we saw before when we worked on chart in previous videos. The only difference, I suppose, is that the data here directly respond to what is happening within the chart. As we go along, you see what I mean. Okay, so now we are going to select a specific chart. There are different ones. If I hover, if I click on it, I should be able to show you the different examples. Again, the chart you select is going to depend on the kind of data that you're trying to analyze. It's not only column charts that you can select, you can also select line charts. Again, it depends on what kind of data you have. Pie charts, you can select that, the different pie charts, and see what's going on with the data. All right, so let's go back to column charts, and we're going to select the first one, which is the default. We're going to click OK. Here we go. So now we have, I'm going to minimize the pivot chart fit a little bit so I can bring the chart table here, maybe make it a little bit bigger. Okay, all right, so here we have the chart. You can see it is very busy. Just make it a little bit bigger. Okay, all right, so one thing you notice as you look at the chart, other than these lines that represent the different data points, you can see around here is the 2020 data points, and for each of the month is represented by the column legend represents the names of the sales staff for each of the month. Breath is blue, Danny, and so on have their own colors. That is the same with 2021. The other thing you notice is that we have filter points. We have filter points on the screen. If, for example, we only want to look at one particular staff member and not all of them at the same time, we can uncheck the select all here, and then maybe, for example, click on breath and click OK. And the data we have will only be for breath on the screen. You can see how the breath data is on the screen. But also notice how changes are happening on the data itself. So this is what I meant earlier, that as you make changes to the chart, is also reflected in your data points on the screen. Okay, so let's go back and bring back all the other guys. Okay, this comes back to us. And how about the month? We can decide to only work with maybe 1 month at a time. If I unselect this and then maybe look at the month of January, okay, here we can see now that in January 2020, this is how each of the staff, sales staff did. Brett, for example, did very well in January 2020 as opposed to January 2021. And Danny did about the same, but a little bit better in 2020, and so on and so forth. If I remove this as well, unselect and bring everyone else back, we can also make adjustment to the year. We can look at only one particular year instead of both. Unselect that and let's say 2020, okay, and this is what we have. Instead of comparative data point for 2020 and 2021, we only have the data point for 2020. Okay, so I'm going to remove that and select all again. So this is how to play with the data points here. Okay. Another thing you need to know here is to see here is, notice we also have the chart element. If I click on the plus sign, which is the chart element, I can remove settings or include settings on the chart. I can remove the axis, for example, or I can bring it back. Okay, so I can bring it back. I can remove the grid lines. I can bring it back. That is how to use the chart element here. Let me click on the plus sign to remove that. I can also change the chart styles here. All right, let's go down here and look at this, for example, which is my favorite. We can use this instead, or we can use any other style. Okay, so that is how to use these chart pivot charts. Okay, the other tool to use to break down or analyze this data is the pivot slicer, and you can get to that by going to the analyze button here and clicking on insert slicer. As you can see, the different data points are represented on the insert slicer: the month, the year, the genre, sales staff, and so on. Let's try the month. Check, mark that and click OK. And then we see that we have the different months represented here. So let's say we want to see the data for January. We click on that, and as you can see, the sales for each of the sales staff for the month of January in 2020 and 2021 is shown on the pivot chart. How about let's say February? The same thing happens. So with the slicer, we can actually make comparison by looking at the data points from different angles. All right. So to delete the slicer, select it and then click delete. You can bring it back by going to clicking on the data, analyze, insert slicer, and going back. Let's try the year. Click on that. Okay, and you can select individual year to analyze. Let's click on 2020. Now what we have on the screen is only the sales for each salesperson in the year 2020, and just looking at this here, the snapshot, you can see that Matt does a lot better than everyone else in the year 2020. How about 2021? You can see it's a contest between let's say Sam and Leah. So that is how to use the insert slicer and pivot chart in general. I hope this has been helpful. Play with this a little bit. Play with the different data points, and meet me on the other side. Okay, welcome back to Excel. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to insert comments into specific cell. Now, why would you want to do that? There are many reasons for you to want to do that. First, you might see this use this to serve as a reminder for what to do later. Sort of like a note to yourself, right? So let's say, for example, you know that Sophia is going to have their hourly pay raised to, let's say, $17 in the next month, but you want to make sure that you remember that. So you click on that, and you go to comment cell. So sorry, go to the review tab and add new, and click on new comment, and then you can say reminder, increase Sophia rate to $17 on May 1st, 2022. Okay, so this will serve as a sort of a reminder to you. So if you come over here, you can see these little tiny comment indicators. Before I show you how to make it a lot more visible, let's take another example. Let's say you're collaborating with someone, you're working with someone, or you're working with other people on a company project, you want to leave messages for them. Let's say, for example, you want your boss to know that the telephone number for Samsung has changed from 251. The telephone extension for Samsung has changed from 251 to something else, but you don't have the authority to do that, or you don't have the capacity to do that. So you can leave a message for who does by clicking on selecting the particular cell, clicking on new comment, and then you can leave a comment that says, please note that this extension has changed to 200. Okay, so, and then if you click out of there, that message or comment will be there. All right, so now I was saying that the indicators look very small, although I do like the fact that it's red, but still sometimes you may not be able to easily tell that it's a comment there if you are not someone who's familiar with Excel. So if you want to show all comments, to see all the comments, maybe this workbook is forwarded to you and they say please review the comments and make adjustments. You can click on the show all comments feature under the review tab, and you'll see all the comments here, and then you can make your adjustment as required, or you can edit the text, but essentially you can make changes to what is required here. For example, you can change this now to $16, okay, and that will be reflected. And this one, let's say this is May 1st, you can change this to $17, and the phone number you can change to 200. Okay, so now how do you remove the comment? Okay, to remove the comment, you click on the cell and then you can click delete, and the comment is gone. Click on the cell, click delete, the comment is gone. Click on the cell here and click delete, and the comment will be gone. All right, so that's how to use the comment feature in Excel for personal use as well as for collaboration. Hello, welcome back to Excel 2016. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about data validation. What is data validation? Data validation is the tool that you use in Excel to restrict the limits of the data that is entered onto Excel. As you know, Excel allows you to enter anything and everything onto Excel. Numbers or tests, anything can be entered onto Excel. However, there comes a time when you want to make sure that the number or the data that is entered onto specific Excel cell is restricted to what you want. For example, this Treasure Note Finance Company has a pool of customers who have with different credit limits and who were brought in by different sales rep, and you also want to show the current date as well as the phone number. So let's start with credit limit. Let's set the credit limit for each of the customers. For those of you who do not understand what a credit limit is, I'm going to give you an example. Let's say you have a credit card and your bank tells you, or the credit company tells you, that your limit is $1,000. So that means that you cannot spend more than $1,000. So in your record, there will be something in your record that says that your credit limit is $1,000, so that when other people are looking at your record, they can tell you what your limit is. If you call them, it says assistant will look at it and say, hey, okay, I'm looking at your record. Your record here is $1,000. So how do we set that credit limit? We use data validation command. So let's do that for Orlando Flynn. Click on that. Click on select the cell 67 for Orlando Flynn, and then go to the data tab and click on data validation. All right. Now we have to fill in this data dialog box. So what do we want to allow? We want to allow whole number, and it is going to be between minimum $1 and maximum $1,000. So what that means is that you can spend between $1 and $1,000. Okay, so let's okay that. Now you can see that nothing happens here. But if I try to type in $1,000 and $1, use a smaller number, see what happens. It says this value doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So I'm going to retry again and enter 1,000, and then I get my 1,000 and less number that I can enter. I think this is probably a bug. It shouldn't show the negative sign, but it does for any number that is less than the maximum. If I put in 900, it's going to do the same thing. Okay, but if I put in, let's say $2,000, which is above the credit limit, it is going to reject it. Okay, so let's leave it right now at 1,000. We're going to do the same thing for Brett Current. Brett Current is it's been a long time customer, and he has a very good credit, so we're going to give him $2,000. So let's go back to data validation, click on data validation, settings, and the value is whole number, and it's between minimum of $1 and $2,000. Brett can spend up to $2,000 in their credit. So let's click OK. Before we do that, let me show you something else that you can do here. You can actually impute a message. Let's say we can call this credit limit, and you can say whatever you want here. You can say limit 2,000, limit of 2,000. Okay, something like that. Error alert. So if this person makes a mistake or tries to enter what is not allowed, what do you want? You can say maybe something like error, and maybe something like enter valid amount, something like that, right? And then you click OK. So right away, once I click on the cell, you see where it says credit limit of 2,000, right? If I try to enter, let's say 2,500, let's see what happens. It says enter valid amount. Alright, so that is how to create a data validation for number that is restricted up to a point. So you can fill out let's cancel this. You can fill out the rest. Let me just put 2000 there, and that works. Alright, so you can fill out the rest for the sake of time, and meet me on the other side. Okay, so we are still on data validation. The next we're going to do is to restrict the type of data in terms of names that is entered onto Excel. It could be anything. It could be a list of anything. But the point is that you want to restrict to a list. You want people to select from a list. It could be a grocery list that you're asking people to buy, but you want them to select from a specific kind of groceries. It could be name of students. It could be anything. But in our case, we want to restrict the sales rep. We want to restrict the entry in this data to this particular sales assistant: Andy Main, Richard Riggs, Mimi Hauser, and Donald James. Okay, so how do we do this? This is where we're going to select all the cells to make it easier, because this is going to apply to all of the cells, unlike the credit limit where each individual might have different limits for their credit. But for the sales rep, it's either one of these people that is the sales assistant for any of these customers. So we can select all of them to make life a lot easier for us. Okay, so let's click on data validation. Data validation, and we're looking at the settings. Here we're going to find list. So we're looking for a list, and the questioner is, where is the list of people, items, or whatever you want people to select from? The list is here under sales assistant. So we're just going to click on the source and then select these different lists, and okay. So now for each of the cells here, you notice this drop down here. So what's in this drop down? If we click on the drop down, we see that the names of the sales assistants are all here. So we can select each and any one. How about if we try to type in a different name? Let's say Alex. Tells us, okay, let's cancel that. I think I made a mistake. Okay, there you go. So try again, Alex. And it tells us that this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. This we have seen before. Okay, so we can only, let's make this a little bit wider. So we can only select from this list. Okay, so once again, we selected all the cells, and we went to go back here, data validation, and then we selected allow list, and then the source, we selected the sales assistant here, and then we clicked OK. All right, I hope that was clear enough. The next one is date. In this case, what we're trying to do is to set the current date, so that each day that you open this document will use the current date that is being set by the computer. As I'm doing this, today is the 18th of April 2022. So if we open this document today, if we create the date today, it's going to show that the date today is 18th of April 2022. If we open this document tomorrow, it's going to be 19th of April, and so on and so forth. Okay, so how do we do that? We cannot do that by using the data validation command here. Although there's something called date here, the problem is that this is only for entry in range of dates. Let's say starting for sometime. This is useful too, but not for the purpose here. So for the purpose here, we're going to use a formula. So we're going to type in, as you know, with the formula, you start with the equal sign, and then we're going to type in today because we want the current date all the time, and we're going to open parentheses and close parentheses and then click enter, and there you have it. So today's date is April 18th 2022. So fortunately for us, we don't have to do the same for all the other contact, for all the other customers, because data validation supports autofill. So we're going to do autofill. Remember how to do this from previous video. If you don't, please go back to our previous video and then look at how to do this. So I'm going to click on this drop down and then select down and see what happens. All the cells now have April 18, 2022. Okay, so all right, so the last thing we want to do here is the phone numbers. As for the phone numbers, we are going to make sure that people are restricted to how many numbers they can enter onto each of these cells. Okay, and also create an error alert for the entry as well if someone enters a number that is not, or a length of number that is not allowed. So let's click on the cell and go to data tab and select data validation, and here we're going to select test length, and it is going to be between 7 and 13, which is the length of number for the Canadian number, and we're going to click before we click OK. So let's enter input message. We can say enter phone number, or just phone number, and here we can say enter phone number. You can type anything you want here, and in the error alert you can type in error, for example, enter, or you can say invalid number, something like that, and then we can click OK. All right, so now here, once I click on it, it tells me what to enter here. Phone number, enter phone number. So let's try to enter a phone number, 416 and 111 2222. That should work. Okay, and that is because we have how many numbers on the screen? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12, I believe. How about if we increase this to 13? It should still work. There you go. How about if we add one more number? Let's say 0 this time. There you go. So now the number here is more than 13 now, so it's 14. That is why it's telling us invalid number. The number that you enter has to correspond with the maximum length of number, phone number, that you can enter here. Okay, the good thing about this also is that you can also autofill. Okay, maybe we can delete now. Delete. Okay, so if we enter any other number here now, let's say 647 222 2222. All right, that will work. It's within the parameters. How about if we enter 647 222 2222? Let's see. Invalid. All right, invalid phone number. All right, so let's cancel that. There you go. So please play with the rest of this and create data validation for phone number and for all the other steps that we've taken today. Thank you very much for staying to the end of this tutorial. In the next lesson, we're going to be looking at linking of data. See you in the next lesson. Okay, welcome back to Excel 2016. In this lesson, as I promised, we are going to look at linking of data, either from one cell to another cell, or from one worksheet to another, or from one workbook to another. This is actually quite easy, so I'm going to show you very quickly. If you know the cell, once you identify the cell where you're going to link to, so you click on that cell. Let's say, for example, I'm trying to link from cell A1 to cell G7. So I'm going to click on cell G7, enter the equal sign, and then click on cell A1. Once I click enter, the text in cell A1 will be referenced in cell G7. If I change cell A1 to maybe instead of Excel is amazing, I can just say learning is amazing, and then it changes here as well. So that's how to link and reference another cell. So the next thing is to link from another worksheet, and the process is the same. Click on equals sign, and then click on the sheet. Let's say, for example, data validation. Let's say that's what we want to link to, and specifically we want to link to cell H7 that contains the first sales assistant here. So if we click on that, it's important that you don't navigate out of this worksheet. I learned that the hard way. So stay on this worksheet, and all you have to do next is click enter. But before that, take a look at the formula bar here. See what it says. It says equal sign data validation in quotes, and that is because we are in the data validation sheet, and then H7. So to effect the referencing or the linking, I'm going to click enter, and when you come here, you see that this cell here, cell G11, now has Andy main. If I go to data validation sheet and then maybe change this name to Andy Amanda, and enter, and then go back to linking data, you see that it has also changed here. So I'm going to go back here and undo this and go back to my here, and then goes back to Andy main. So the last thing I want to show you is how to link data from another workbook. Note that before you can do this, you have to have that workbook open, and once you do that, the process is actually quite similar. If you click on the equal sign and then you navigate to the other workbook, in our case it's a new workbook, Excel 2016 tutorial file 1 is what I call it. If you click on a specific cell that you want to link, for example this cell here, and then you click OK, you see that, or you click enter, you see that this cell here is now referencing cell C4, which currently contains the item books. If I decide to change that to say, let's say tiles, I don't know why I'm putting that, but just for the sake of the example, and I click enter or click out of there, you see that this now has ties. So let's undo that, and we have books back. That is how to link data from cell to cell, or from sheet to sheet, and from workbook to workbook. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, welcome to Excel 2016. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to use the conditional formatting feature. We're going to use this data, this global city temperatures data, to show you how to use this feature. Let's say, for example, you are a world traveler. You go from place to place, and but you also want to know what the temperature is for each of the cities that you plan to visit in the next few months, so that at least you can be prepared for them. So in order to do that, you can create an Excel spreadsheet, or to tell you when a particular city is above certain threshold of temperature. Let's say, for example, Toronto. We're going to highlight Toronto, and then we're going to go to the home tab and find conditional formatting, and click on the drop down. here there are different things that you can do here, different options. Let's start at the bottom, which is not useful for us, but I just want to show you how that works. I won't click, I just want to hover so you can see the kind of changes that is happening. So icon sets. So if I hover on the directionals, you will see that the data is changing on the screen. The higher data from 57 to 71 seems to be going up, and the sort of middle range data 47, 49, 48 going sideways, and the lower set of data 33 to 34, also 24 to 34 seem to be going down. So you can find a use for that, but I just wanted to know that that is there. We're not using it. It's not appropriate for what we're about to do. So these are the different icons. I'm just going to place my cursor on this. You can play with this a little bit later more. There are also shapes that you can use, which is also not very appropriate for what we're working on at the moment. And there are indicators. This might be a little bit useful, but it's not what we're looking for. But I just want to put my cursor here so you can see. You can also see that there is a check mark from 57 degrees to 71 if you're looking for hot temperature. That can be something that you can use. And the lower temperatures has the X mark telling you that that is probably a no-go area for now. Okay, so that is for the icon sets. What about the color scales? This is a little bit more useful for us. We can, if we place our cursor here, you see that the colors have changed in the different cells. 71 seems to be green, but looking at temperature, that might be counterintuitive. So let's look at the next one there, which is yellow, so which is red, yellow, green, and color scale. What this means is that red is the highest. 71 is the highest, so which is red, and then that followed by different shades of red, and it goes down to yellow and to light green and to a very strong green background. So okay, so let's click on that for now. I think I like that. So this tells you the different temperatures. And for Lagos, let's try something else. If we go back to the home tab and go to conditional formatting, we can also use data bars. We can, if we are just again going to hover, I won't click just so you see what happens. If we hover here, you can see that the blue data bar has the higher temperatures as longer. So 94% for 94 degrees, for example, is a lot longer than 87, and so on and so forth. So we can use, there are different colors that we can use. This is the green, this is the red. We also have solid colors that you can use that gives you a very quick indication of the difference in temperature. Okay, so maybe I'm going to use the let's see here, let's use the light blue data bar for that. Okay, so let's look at the others. Let's say Milan. We are going to try something else, conditional formatting. And how about we look at the top/bottom rows. Let's say we want to highlight the top 10%. We can do that. Format says that rank in the top 10. All right, so how do we want to format that? We want it to have the light red field with dark red text. All right, so click OK, and you can see that there. For Cape Town, we can use something different. Let's say the bottom 10%, and we can say we want a different color here. We want a light red fill for the bottom 10%. Okay. Okay. And for New York, we want something different. We want let's say anything that is above average to be to have a yellow fill with dark yellow text, and we can do that as well. So this is how to use conditional formatting. We can look at this, and with these colors and these indicators, we can tell a lot by the data and make our traveling or any other decision based on our interpretation and analysis of the data. I hope this has been very helpful. So I want you to play with this a little bit. Again, to get to the conditional formatting, you go to the Home tab and you click on conditional formatting. You are able to see all these different formatting options, and then you can play with all these, find out what works for you depending on the data that you are working on. All right, see you on the other side. Hello, welcome back to Excel 2016. In this series of lessons, we are going to look at advanced features in Excel, starting with the if function. The if function allows you to tell Excel what to indicate in a particular cell or group of cells if certain conditions are met. It's hard to describe in abstract. You will see it as we work on this. Before we do that though, let me quickly describe the data we have on screen. So this is Treasure Notes sales for the month of April, and each of the salesperson, Mario, Estacho, and so on, have their weekly sales from week 1 to 4 listed here. So the first thing we're going to do is to calculate the sum total of their sale. How much did each of these people sold in total? And after that, we're going to calculate the overall total sales for all the sales people. We're also going to calculate the average sales for all the sales people. And then we're going to see if each of the sales people met the target of $40,000, the monthly goal of $40,000. So if they do, we'll tell Excel to indicate that here. That's when we use the if function. If they do meet the target, then we're going to indicate here how much they are receiving as part of the commission. The commission rate is 5%. Once we've done all that, then we're going to take on the last task to show how much each person received. There's a team bonus commission of $600 per person. We are going to indicate if the team actually made that cutoff. They can only do that if the department as a whole have a total sale of at least $220,000 and an average sale of $9,500 or more. Okay, so now that we've described the data, so let's get into it. Now first, let's start with calculating the totals for each of the salespeople. For those of you that have seen our previous video, you recall that to calculate the totals is actually very easy. You can select all the cells where you want to calculate. You can use the auto sum, which is also in the formula bar as well. So let's do that, and then you see the calculation. It's actually quite easy, but let's undo that. I'm going to show you a different way of doing this. I'm going to show you the define name feature. The define name feature allows you to substitute different set of data with a particular name. For example, instead of telling Excel to calculate cell B5, C5, D5, and E5, you just tell Excel to calculate the totals for Mario, right? So there's no need to deal with different data in specific. You just tell Excel, tell me what the total of Mario is. So in order to be able to tell Excel that this group of cells should now be known as Mario, you have to highlight the cells and then go to the define name feature under the formula tab, define name, click define name, and you can see here that it is already selected. The name is Mario, and the scope for what is the scope? The scope is the extent to which this feature, this iMario, will be used in Excel? Is it just for this workbook, or is it only when you use the if function or any of the other functions? So for us, we're going to leave it at the default as just for this workbook. And now you can see refers to where do you want, which cells particularly do you want to be referred to as iMario. So it's equals to if function, and it gives you this set of data here. Okay, so let's okay that. Now if I click on the cell F5 and click on the equal sign, sum, I'm going to double click on that, and then I'm going to go to the formula bar and find use in formula. If I click on the drop down, you see iMario there because that name has been defined, and click on that, enter, and there you have the total amount for iMario. So do we have to do that for each and every one of these salespeople, for example? Not really. We can if we wanted to. Let's do one more actually to make that process a little bit more easier. So let's do statue as well. So we select from, we click and highlight cell B6 to E6, and again we go to the formula bar and click on define name, and Excel automatically picks up on that and tells us that this belongs to statue, and the scope is going to be on that workbook. If we wanted to put a comment here, we could, but we don't have to. And under the refers to, it tells us the cells that has been selected. Okay, so we're going to click OK. Now if we click the equal sign and type in the sum function, double click on that just to open the parentheses, then if we go to use in formula, we're going to find statue there. So let's click on that, and now you see it highlighted. If we click enter, we have the totals, the total sales for statue. That's how to do it one at a time. Now we're going to do it all the remainder salespeople at the same time. This time we're going to select the name. Remember when we did this first, we only highlighted the cells with the data, sales figures. Now we're going to select this whole set of data, including the names of the salespeople, because we are trying to define more than one name or more than one group of cells for more than one person. So we're going to select all of them, including the names of the salespeople, and we're going to use, instead of define name, we're going to use create from selection. Okay, so click on that, and then it's asking us create names from values in the left column. The left column is where we have the names of the salespeople. Okay, so we're going to click OK. Nothing seems to happen, but that's not true. Something actually did happen. We'll see that in a second. So let's again calculate the total sale for each of these staff people that we just created, that we just define their names. So again, we click the equal sign, the sum, and then double click on the sum to open the parentheses, and then go to use the formula. Now let's see if we're going to find E bright there. Yes, E bright is right there. So select it and we'll click enter. We do that for Y meter, equal sign, sum, double click to open parentheses, formula tab, use the formula, and we'll find Y meter. So click on it, enter. Equal sign, sum, double click on it, and we go to formula tab, using formula, and we're looking for T Adler. Click on it and enter. So the last one, I'm going to leave that up to you to do. So you complete that and then meet me on the other side. Okay, so welcome back. So now we have done all the calculations, the sum total for each of the salespeople. Now we're going to do the overall total sales for all the salespeople, and that will be in cell F12. All right. In order to do that, it's simple now. We'll do the equal sign, sum, as you remember, and then we double click to open parentheses, and then we click and select all the cells with the totals for all the salespeople, and then click the enter key. So total sales for all the salespeople is 229,712. The next thing is to calculate the average. The process is similar. Equal sign, average, double click on it, and then we are going to select this whole data point, this whole sales, weekly sales for all the salespeople, and then we're going to click enter. Now we have the average. All right. Okay, so that's done. Now the next goal is to look at the sales target. Do each of the each of the salespeople meet the sales target? Okay, in the next video, we're going to tell Excel to indicate if each of these salespeople actually met the sales target. Meet me on the other side. Okay, welcome back. In previous videos, we actually calculated the total for all the salespeople, especially as well as the specific sale for each of the salespeople. Now that we know what each one of these people sold for the 4 weeks, the question now is, did they meet the actual sales goal for the month? So in order to answer that question, we are going to tell Excel to tell us the answer to that question on this column, on column H. For example, did Mario meet the sales target, the sales goal for the month? Just by looking at it, you can tell that is true. Yes. Mario did sell $40,345, which is more than the monthly goal of $40,000. But we want the process to be automated, and to do that, we're going to use the if function. So in order to do that, we're going to click on the cell where we want the formula to be, and we're going to click on the insert function and find the if function. Double click, click OK, and then you're going to have this function arguments box open. Let's put that here for example, and here is asking us what the logical test is. What is a logical test? A logical test is any value or expression that can be evaluated to be true or false. For example, which value do we need to evaluate to see if this is true or if this is false? So the value that we have to evaluate is the total sales for each of the salespeople in comparison with the monthly goal. Okay, so which means we are going to say we're going to click on cell F5 and then hold down our shift key and type the greater sign on the keyboard, and also type on the equal sign, and then we're going to click on cell I2, which contains the monthly goal. So essentially what we're saying here is cell L5 is the value in cell L5, which is 40,345. Is it greater than or equals to the value in cell I2? The answer is yes here, as you can see, because 40,345 is obviously greater than 40,000. So Excel tells you it's true here. Okay, now that we know that it's true, now that we have that value, the logical test, now that we have that test indicated, if it is true, what should we do? If it is true, for us, we can do anything here. We can type in celebrate, you can type in yippee, but for us, we're just going to type in simple yes. But remember, you can't just type in yes, you have to put it in quotation. So, okay, make it properly done. Okay, and what if it's not true? If it's not true, then type in 0. Because 0 is a number, we don't have to put the quotation around it. So as you can see here, if the value is yes, you type in yes. Excel recognize that's yes, so indicates yes. And if the value is 0, it's 0. So the formula result, this show tells you if the formula result, if the formula is okay. And as you can see here, it says yes. One thing I did not describe, I don't know if I described the value if true, what it means. This is just to tell you if the value if true section is to tell you that if the conditions up here is met, if it is true, this is what you write, this is what you indicate. If it is false, this is what you indicate. Okay? All right, so let's click OK. So clearly, as you can see here, the value is true because $40,345 is more than $40,000. All right, so in previous videos we talked about using the autofill. Could we do the same here? Maybe. So let's give that a try. So we're going to autofill the rest. Unfortunately, it did not work. You can see here 33,475. Excel is telling us that it is greater than 40,000, which by my count, that's not true. Okay, so something is definitely wrong here. How about we click on the formula, the cell containing the formula we created that we know to be correct, and we're going to go to the formulas tab again and find trace precedents. If we click on trace precedents, it tells us what we're doing. It's telling us that the precedent is cell F5 right here and cell I2. Okay, so that's good. How about the next one? Let's try the next one. Trace precedent. Well, it's telling us that the cell with the values are cell F6, which is okay, and cell I3 right here. That is not right. This should always reference cell I2 and not move downward. Let's try the other one and see what's happening here. As you can see, this is a problem. So we've run into this problem before in previous videos where we use absolute referencing. If you haven't done that, please go back to previous videos and then check that out. So we're going to remove the arrows and click on the initial cell that we had the correct formula, and then go to the formula bar to see. You can see here where it says I2 that it is not absolutely referenced. So what we're going to do is to click on that I2 and then click the F4 button to absolute reference it. We can do that, or we can put a $sign before the I and put a $sign before the 2. By that, we just wrap the I2 with $sign. But that's tedious, especially if you have that's a tedious process. The easy way to do it is to just click on it and click on F4, and as you can see, $sign before I and $sign before 2. Okay, that. So what that means now is that this monthly goal, this I2 is going to be referenced whenever we're dealing with any of the other staff members. So if we autofill now, it should work. There you go. As you can see, 40,000 plus is exceeds the target. 33,000 plus does not, so you have 0. 37 does not. $37,000 does not. 40,705 does, yes. 34,000 no. 42,000 yes. So this is working for us now. Okay, so the next step is to calculate the commission rate. Now that we know that some of these people actually made the target and some did not, how much will each person make? Remember, not everyone is going to make money here, but we have to tell Excel that only if somebody makes the monthly goal of $40,000 and exceed it, then they will get a commission rate of 5%. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, in order to do that, we're going to click on the cell for each of the salespeople, and we're going to click on and we're going to select the if function by clicking on the insert function. And for the logical test, we are going to say if H5 is equals yes, which is true, then the value is going to be F5 multiplied by 5%. If false, is going to be 0. So what we say here is that if H5 is yes, if this salespeople meet the sales target, then multiply their total sales by 5% so they can get a commission of 5%. All right. If they don't meet if it's false and they don't meet the goal, then indicates 0. So let's OK that. All right. So let's use autofill to see the rest of the value. That's correct. All right, so we've been able to calculate the commission rate as well as the sales target. So how do we even know this is working? If I select, let's say for example, Estacho did not meet the target, but if by whatever magic, or if we use this as a template later for maybe the month of May, and Estacho now sells, let's say, $20,000 in week 3, you can see that everything changes. Estacho meets the sales target for the sales target now for the 1,975, and he is getting a commission. Let's undo that. The same thing with eBright. So let's say eBright barely missed it. So let's say for the second week they sold $15,000. There you can see that these changes as well. Okay. All right. So that's how to make that calculation. The next and final task here is to do something called a compound or a nested formula to calculate 2 logical tests. It requires 2 logical tests because we are given 2 conditions. 1, the department as a whole must have a total sales of at least $220,000. That's one condition, and the other condition is that they have to have an average sale of $9,500 before each person can get $600 as a team bonus. All right. So in order to do that, we're going to use our insert function to insert the if function. However, this time around, we need a function within a function. This if function only allows for one logical test, but we need to have two logical tests to account for the total sales and the average sale. So one logical test here is not good enough. So we're going, instead of typing any value here, we're going to type in the AND function, which allows us to have more than one logical test. Okay, and open parentheses. If you now look at the formula bar that up here, you see that it has given us the AND function nested within the if function. So in order to call up this AND function, whatever you do not click OK here. Just go ahead and go to the formula bar and click on the AND function, and then you have the AND function argument with two logical tests initially shown. So the AND function gives us the opportunity to enter more than one logical test, something which the if function does not. So now, what is the first logical test? The first logical test is total sales greater than $220,000. So we say F12 is greater or equals to 220,000. Okay, that seems to be true. And then the second one is the average sale more than 9,500. F13 greater than or equals to 9,500. That seems to be true. If you notice here, you can enter up to 255 conditions. That's amazing. Whereas in the if function, you can only enter one logical test or one condition. All right, so we only need two logical tests, which we've already entered. Now, so what do we do? Do we click OK now? No, we go back and click on our if, we go back to the formula bar and click on the if function. We have a compound logical test here now. So if this compound logical test, if this is true, if these multiple conditions, if they're all met, which you can see they are met here, so what happens? That is value if true. So what do we do then? We are going to say, we can type in whatever we want here. So for me, I'm going to type commission paid. Remember, always with the quotation, commission, or just say pay commission or pay bonus, whatever you want. And if false, quotation, no commission. Okay, and now we can enter we can press the OK button now. All right, so you can see now that looking at the cell I-12, that the result is for each of the employees to be paid their commission, because that's the team bonus commission, because they did meet or exceed the two conditions listed here. So what happens, for example, if they did not? So let's try and say maybe Mario did not sell anything in week 2. Maybe they were sick, and as you can see, the average decreases and none of the team members will get a commission. It says no commission. All right, so let's undo that. This is exactly how you use the if function. There's so many other ways that you can use this. You can use your imagination and things that allows for condition, and when those conditions are met or not, what you should ask Excel to do. This is always a very interesting function in Excel. All right, so now that we've done with this, so please do meet me on the other side. Play with this a little bit more and get your hands a little bit more refined, get your skills a little bit more refined, and then meet me on the other side. Hello, welcome back to Excel 2016. In this particular lesson, we are going to look at how to calculate the days, number of days given to date parameters. For example, here, let me just use what I have on the screen. We have these companies: Toronto Hydro, Freedom Mobile, Amazon Inc., Curacos Digital, and TD Bank. Let's say that you have these various accounts and you receive bills from these companies. Now, how do you determine how many number of days your bill for each of these company is overdue, assuming that you don't pay them right away, right? Let's say for whatever reason you were on vacation, then you came back, and this is what you are confronted with. These are the bills you received, and these are the due dates. How do you calculate the number of days they've been overdue? So the way to do that is to first indicate or identify the current date, today's date. How do you get that? To get down today's date, you need to hold down your control key and press the key with the semicolon, and that will give you today's date. And now today is May the 8th, 2022. So now to calculate the days, the number of days that these bills are due, what you have to do is to click on the cell where you want that information to be, and if you press the equal sign, and now what you have to do is to subtract the current date from the due date. So equal sign, I'm going to click on the current date, which is C1, minus subtract B5, which is the due date of your bill. Okay, because I know that I am going to autofill the rest, I'm going to make sure I absolutize C1 by pressing the F4 key. If I click enter now, it tells me that my bill for Toronto Hydro has been due for 10 days. Okay, I can autofill now and it would work, but I like to show you one more example for the sake of clarity, as I like to do when we have many items. So again, I'm going to select the cell, and I'm going to click on the equal sign and click on the current date, and I'm going to subtract the Freedom Mobile due date from that, which is in B6, and I'm going to absolutize using the F4 key for the C1. Okay, and there we go. So now I can autofill the rest, now that I know that you are familiar with how to do this. So now I autofill the rest, and this is what I've got. So TD Bank is only 3 days due, and oh my god, Amazon and Curacos are going to be so mad at me. 32 days and 45 days respectively. But there we go. That's how to calculate the number of days that bills are due, or for any other purpose where you want to determine the dates or the days in between two dates. Okay, now the last thing I want to quickly show you here is how do we determine the number of days you've been alive, that is your age, from your date of birth. Given your date of birth, how do you know how many days have you been alive, and what age are you? Okay, so the first information we need is your birthday. So I'm going to use a random birth date. I'm going to go with September 10, 2012. Okay, that September 10, 2012. Okay, and let's add one more day. How about August 5, 2003. Okay. All right. So now for these two dates, these two birthdays are what we're going to use for this practice. So let's start with the first one. The first one is you do the same thing you do with all formula entry. You enter the equal sign and you click on the current date, and then you subtract that, or you subtract the date of birth from the current date. And if we click OK now, we get that this person, the first person here, was born on has spent 3,527 days on Earth. So how do we know how old they are in terms of age? Okay, to do that, we are going to click the equal sign and we are going to select the cell containing the number of days they've been alive, and we're going to divide that by 365. If we have to take the leap year into account, we're going to say 365.25. Okay, if we okay that, we see that this person is 10 years old. Okay, so take your time to create another date of birth here, and then calculate the number of days since the person was born, and then calculate their current age. Alright, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, welcome back to Excel 2016. In this lesson, we are going to look at VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP is a very popular Excel feature. It stands for vertical lookup, because what that means is that you can use one of the numbers, which is the leftmost number, in this case the ID number, to find any other, to output any other number to the right. You can use the ID number 2154, for example, to find the first name, the last name, the branch, the email, and so on and so forth. So it's a vertical lookup, right? So how do we do this? So here at the top here, this is our table, this is our lookup table. For each of these sections, we can actually impute the formula. So whenever we change this number here to reflect any of these employee numbers, it will give us the information that we have here. So let's do that. Let's click on the cell for the last name. That's where we're going to impute our data. So, and go to Formulas tab and click on Insert Function. We find VLOOKUP, click OK, and it's asking us now, what is your lookup value? What value are you looking up? Where would that be? So the lookup value is going to be the employee ID here. Okay, I'm going to absolute reference that with the F4 key. What is the table array? The table array is all this table or the database that is going to be looked up by Excel. So from here to the right to hourly pay and down. That is the table array. Again, we're going to absolute reference this. And what column index? The output number, the column index is the column number in the table array for which the matching value should be returned. Where is which column? What is the number from the left that we are looking for? So we're looking for the last name, and from left to the right, the last name is number 3. 1, 2, 3. So we're going to enter 3 here. And what is the range lookup? The range lookup is the logical value to the closest match in the first column sorted in ascending order, true or false. So essentially it's asking us, do you want a relative value? Let's say, for example, if I type in 2154 and it doesn't exist, should I give you something like 2155 or 2157? The answer is no. So I'm going to say, give me 0 or give me nothing if you cannot find what I'm looking for. And to do that, I'm going to enter false here. Okay, and I'm going to click OK. Right about that, we have Mario as the last name here, and if we look at 2154, it says Mario. How about we change this to let's try to see this is working, and maybe change it to 2156, and then we have Tachu. Okay, so let's return to 2154. So it's working. So what about the first name and the branch name and the period? We can do that for all of them, right? We can autofill, and then unfortunately when we autofill, there is a problem. It doesn't Mario is not the first name, neither is the branch name or the period. So if we click on this, you can see what the problem is when we look at the formula bar. The formula bar keep referencing column 3, which is the last name. That's why you have Mario there. So in order to change that, for first name will be column 2. So we're going to change 3 to 2 and enter. That's why we have Ivy. And Mario, the branch number, the branch is what column? 1, 2, 3, 4. The branch is column 4, so we're going to change 3 to 4. Enter. And the pay rate is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The pay rate is 9. So if we click on that, click on the pay rate and change the column number to 9. Enter. And then you see that it's $14. So there you have it. What we have here is the different ID number returning outputs, looking at the vertical information that we have here. So let's change the employee ID to something else. Let's say 2399. 2399. Enter. And 2399 is Ahmed Ado, and the branch is BV, and it's making $70.50. All right. So the last one or two, what if we have a number that doesn't exist, an employee number that does not exist? What happens then? So let's try that. Let's say 3000. You can see that it's telling us that this not applicable. All this is good for us because we know, we understand the data, but the problem is if you send this information to someone who doesn't understand what's going on, they may not really know what's happening here. So we can change this to something more meaningful, right? And in order to do that, we can tell Excel that if there's an error like this, show something that will tell it to show. For example, if there's an error, instead of showing number not applicable, you can say employee does not exist, so that at least someone who's looking at this data can look at it and say, okay, I know what's going on here. So in order to do that, we use something called the if error function. We click on the equal sign, between the equal sign and the VLOOKUP sign, and type in if error. Okay, open bracket. So click on the if error, just click in there, and then click on the insert function, and this dialog if error function argument box will come up. So type in what you want to type here. You can say, as I said before, employee does not exist. Okay, don't forget to put the quotes, to wrap it with a quotation, and we click OK, and that is what we get here. Hello, welcome to Excel 2016. In this lesson, we are going to continue to look at VLOOKUP. Specifically, we're going to look at VLOOKUP range. All right, so let's get started. Let's click on cell C4 and go to our formulas tab and find the insert function on the left hand side. Let's click on that. We're going to require the VLOOKUP function. Let's click on that and OK. And here we are going to enter under the lookup value. We are going to enter the value that the sales value, which is this. Just to reiterate, the lookup value is the value to be found in the first column of the table and can be a value, a reference, or a text sharing. So we're not really using the names, we're using the sales figures. Okay, so this will be our leftmost column. So I'm going to click on this for the lookup value. So what about the table array? The table array is the table where we are looking for the data. Is the data table essentially, and this is the data table right here. It's always important to make sure that we absolute reference this. So let's highlight that and click the F4 key to absolute reference that. And now the next question is, what table are we, what is the column index? What is the column number that we want the output information to be? Reading from here, it says the column index number is the column number in table array from which the matching value should be returned. The first column of the values in the table is column 1. So where is the table that we want this value here to be returned? This is the table right here, and the first column is column 1. So what is our column number that we're looking? We're looking for the bonus column number. So that will be 1, 2. So here we're going to enter 2. And the range lookup tells us if we are to get exact match or an approximate match. Exact match is that, for example, if our sales value is, if our sales is 1,000, then they get a bonus of $20. If it's 1,500, they get a bonus of $40. However, what if it's 1,100, as is the case here? There is no 1,100 in the table. So let's see what happens if we say we want exact match. Only if the sales here matches the sales here, that's when you output a bonus. So let's do that, and to do that we need to enter 0 or false. Okay, so let's OK that. Voila, this is what happens when you do that, because we told Excel that we are only looking for exact match. However, there is no exact match here because there is no 1,100 on this table, so the output is an error. We can change that. The way to change that is to click on the formula again, click on VLOOKUP, and then click on this insert function, and that brings back your VLOOKUP function argument. So instead of entering 0 here, we're going to enter 1, or you can also enter true to get an approximate match or a close match, so that an output can be returned. So let's click OK. There you go. So now with 1,100 here, the closest match is 1,000. So that's why there's a bonus of $20 here. Okay. All right. So that is how to get this done. The rest of it, we can decide not to do that, but let's do one more just for the sake of clarity. So I'm going to click on cell C5 and go to the formulas tab and insert function, VLOOKUP, and again we are going to the value here is the lookup value is B5 and the table array. Let's click on that, select the table array, and the column index again is index column number 2, 1, 2, and the range lookup is going to be 1 because we're looking for close match, not an exact match. We'll click OK, and then 1,200 also returns a bonus of $20. Now let's autofill the rests and see what happens. Okay, there seems to be an error here. So what is the error? Let's figure that out. Okay, so what is the problem of this? Where did we go wrong? Let's check the first one and see. You can see that in the first one, we knew what we were doing at the time. We were able to, we actually absolute reference the table array. And if we check the second one, we did not do that. That's where our problem lies. So we're going to click on VLOOKUP, insert function, and the table array. We are going to absolute reference it with by selecting it and pressing the F4 key. Let's OK that. All right. Now, if we use the autofill, this should work now. So there you go. So this works now. All right. So that is how to use the VLOOKUP. But the reason I'm showing you this actually to get us to the actual lesson of this video, which is the lookup range. Okay. All right. So we've seen how the exact using the lookup range works, either by using the exact match or by using the closest match or an approximate match. The next lesson is going to be on what if we have a situation where we have two types of bonuses. We have the regular bonus and the holiday bonus, as we actually did have here, but we're going to deal with that. How do we know? How does Excel know when to output the regular bonus or when to output the holiday bonus? Okay, so I'm going to make it a little bit larger. So to continue this lesson, we are going to tell Excel to select the specific bonus for each of the individual. In the last lesson on this, we only selected the regular bonus, but now we're asking Excel to output different values if it's a regular bonus or if it's a holiday bonus. So in that case, we're going to use a function, the if function. To get the if function, we're going to go to the formulas tab and click on insert function and OK. And our logical test will be if C12, let's click on that. If C12 is equals to regular, then what value if true? If this is true, then VLOOKUP open parenthesis VLOOKUP value, which is B4, and the table array, in this particular table, which is the table array, select all and absolute reference F4. We made that mistake again. And the column index for regular, which is bonus, regular bonus will be 2, and the range lookup, because we are looking for closest match and not an exact match, will be 1. Okay, so now don't close this, don't click OK. We are not done yet. So now we'll go back to the if function, and we see now that we have our formula here for the VLOOKUP. We could do the same thing again for the value if false. If false, we just use the holiday, which is column 3. But in order to save ourselves some time, we're going to copy all of this and paste here. And the only thing we need to do here is to change the column index, which is these two here, to holiday if false, which is 3. So if this is not regular, that is if false, then we use the holiday index. Okay, so this is where we are now. So now we can click OK, and here we have $20. For 1,100 we have $20. It is the closest match. All right. How about for, so what do we do now? Do we do the exact same thing for all the other salespeople? Well, the answer is not yes. The answer is that we could use autofill. So let's autofill this and see. There's no match here. For example, 1,200 is giving us $40 under regular, so that shouldn't be. So what is the problem? So let's again click on our first cell here and see what's going on. We're referencing C12, which is great. I already see the problem. We ought to have absolute reference this so that they keep using C12, which is this cell here. So let's see what happens in C5. Right, C5 is using C13 here. There's nothing there. And C6 is using C14 and so on and so forth, right? So the way to do this is to go back to this cell here and then click on C12 and absolute reference that with the F4 key. Enter. And now if we autofill, it should work now. All right, so there we go. So 1,000 is closest to, so 1,100 and 1,200 are closest to 1,000, so they both get $20 for regular bonus. You can see that the rest is correct. But how? Let's test our if function. If we change this now to holiday, so what happens? There you go. Change to holiday. 1,100 now gives you $40. 1,200 gives you $40. So you can see that this formula, a function, is working. This is how to do the VLOOKUP range using the if condition. All right, so play with this a little bit and then meet me on the other side. Hello, welcome to Excel 2016, and in this lesson we're going to be looking at HLOOKUP. HLOOKUP is the cousin of VLOOKUP, the less popular cousin of VLOOKUP. They practically perform the same function. While VLOOKUP looks at the vertical cells for information, the HLOOKUP looks for horizontal cells for information. It's easier to show you than to describe it, so I'm just going to do that. So in this data on the screen, what you see here are book orders. For branch A to C, there are different number of books, genre or types for each location, for each collection. So what we're going to do is to use this section here to find the number of books that we have for each of these genre. For example, what is the number of self-help book in branch A? So we're going to use this table to be able to get the information. Okay, so let's do that again. Like I said, it's easier for me to show you than for me to describe it. So the question is, what function are we going to use? We are going to use the HLOOKUP function, and to get that, we click on the cell, in this case cell B6, where we want the function to be imputed. And if we go to the formulas tab, and there are a couple of ways you can do this, as you know by now. You can either click on this insert function here, or the one to the left, the big insert function, or you can use any of the other lookup reference here. For example, we can look at here, find HLOOKUP. I click on that. The way to do this is we have to identify, again, it's just like the VLOOKUP table. In the HLOOKUP table, we have to find the lookup value. In this case, our lookup value is cell B5 that currently contains the self-help. So we click on that, and maybe we should absolutize it with the F4 key. And the next thing to do is to get the table array. The table array is the table of text, numbers, or logical values in which data is looked up. Table array can be a reference to a range or a range of name. Essentially, this is the table array right here from cell A11 to G14 is our table array. Okay, it's where we're going to be looking for the information. So again, we have to absolutize it with the F4 key as always, and the row index number is the row number in the table array from which the matching value should be returned. In essence, where are we looking for the value? Which value are we looking for? In which row? In this case, we are looking under self-help, and we're looking for branch A. So it's row 2, 1, 2. So click on here. We type in 2. Okay, and the next is the range lookup. The range lookup is a logical value to find the closest match in the top row. Essentially, do you want an absolute value, a specific value, or a relative value, maybe approximate value? In this case, since it's a database function, we're working on a database, we always look for the exact value. In this case, we're going to put 0 or the equivalent of false. So let's OK that. There you go. So from what we see here, using the H lookup, we know that branch A under self-help has 180 items. Now we can do the same thing for branch B and C, but we can also use our autofill, which is what we're going to use at the moment. Let's autofill branch B and C. All right, as you can see, there's no difference in the value of returned output. So the reason for this is because we did not change the row number. Remember, the output, the value is gotten from the rows. So if branch A is row 2, as you can see here, let me click on this and bring this back up. If the row index for branch A is 2, then cancel this. The one for 3, let's click on this again. I'll bring in it remains 2. That shouldn't be the case. It should be 3. All right, 1, 2, 3. So here we change this and type in 3 instead. And we OK that and see what happens. So it changes to 75. Another way we can do this is to click on let's use the next example for branch C now, is to click on branch C, that's B8, and then we'll go to the formula bar and find the row index, which is usually the second to the last here, row index number, and we change that to the next row. If branch A is row 2, branch B is 3, branch C should be row 4. So we change 2 to 4 and enter, and we get our 90. So this is how this works. It's as simple as that. Although the table or the data could be much more than this, still the procedure is not going to be very different. It's exactly the same thing. Okay, so meet me on the other side for the next lesson. All right. Okay guys, welcome back. In this next lesson, we're going to be looking at other functions that could replace the VLOOKUP or the HLOOKUP when they are inadequate. I'm specifically talking about the if function. This is a conditional function. So starting with the this section here. So let me explain what's going on with the table so we can all follow. Treasure Notes Bookstore Q1 expenses. What we're looking at here, we're looking at the different area of the company, east, north, south and west, and for each of these areas, sales are done in different categories. Okay, this is the category, IT category, telephone category, supplies category, and so on. And then for 1 quarter of the year, that's for 3 months, January, February, and March. And then we have the total expenses. Okay, so now here we are looking at different things. We are looking at what the average expenses is for each of the categories, for example, or what the total expenses is for each of the categories, and what the total expenses is if we are looking at both the area and the category. Again, this is something easier shown than said, so I'm going to show you as opposed to talking about it. Okay, so let's start with the total expenses because it seems to be a little more intuitive. So I'm going to click on this cell here. What we can do, what normally we could do, is to type the equal sign and then bring in the function that we use. So the question is, which function can we use in this case? Which function can we use if under category we're looking for subscriptions? Which function should we use to sum or to get the total expenses? If you say it is the sum if function, I would agree with you. So sum if, okay, we can do that, and then double click to activate it, and then go ahead and select the category function section. All right, but this is a tedious process. This will be difficult because we're going to have to repeat this process again and again, so it just makes it easier. So I'm going to delete this and then return to what we did in the past before. What we did in the past, we used a function or a command called the define names command. The define names command, we used that in previous, so we're going to bring that back again to make things a lot more easier for us. So again, I'm going to click on the cell, on the right cell here, under total expenses, and then I'm going to select the whole table by using the Control Shift command, and then using right hand arrow key and then the left hand arrow key to make it easier for me. Of course, you can manually select everything if you want, but again, this is just an easier way to do this. And now what we do now is to go to the create from selection, so we can define the name by using these selections. Okay, so create from selection, we're going to click create from selection, and then the selection we're looking at is on the top row. That's area, category, and January, February, March total expenses. Okay, so it's not on the left side but on the top. When we did this before, we used the left hand side. Remember, check out the previous video, but this time our sections are on the top, so we deselect the left row column and click OK. Nothing seemed to happen yet, but a lot has happened. If you click on using formula, you see that these sections are all present here. Okay, now what we're going to do next is to click on the cell below total expense and then go to insert function by either by clicking on the one beside the formula bar or clicking on insert function, the big icon here, and find the sum if function. The sum if function, if it's not available, we're going to type sum if, go, and then it's right at the top, and if we click OK, it will be right here. So we get the sum if dialog box. The sum if dialog box gives us the range, the criteria, and the sum range. So the range is the range of cells you want evaluated. So the range of cells will be the category, right? Because this is the range of cells that we're looking at. And to get category, we go to the using formula and click on category. So what is the criteria? The criteria in this case will be subscriptions. That's what we're looking for. And what is the sum range? The sum range are the actual cells to sum. If omitted, the cells in range are used. So the actual cells to sum. Sum range is the total expense. So we're going to go to total expenses and click that. Okay, so if we click OK now, so we have the total expenses for subscriptions. The good thing about this is that if we change this now, let's say to clericals, it actually gives us the total expense for clericals. Okay, so that is how to use the sum if function. The next is to go to a similar function but slightly different. We're going to use the calculate the average expense for this category, rent category, or any other category represented in this cell here. So to do that, we're going to use the average if function, and to get that, let's click on the insert function again and type in average if. Okay, and it is the first one here, so we'll double click on that to bring in the range. So the range here again is, as before, is going to be the category that we're looking at. So we're looking at the this category here, and since we created name selection, we can use find category here. And what is our criteria? Our criteria will be cell I-20 that currently contains rent. Okay, and the average range is going to be total expenses. Again, go to using formula and click on total expenses. If we click OK now, it tells us what the average rent is for the rent category, the average expenses for the rent category. All right, so I'm not going to waste your time. I'm going to go next to the next issue here. This time, however, we are looking for two conditionalities. In the first two examples, we're looking for one condition, an item under a specific item under the category, one item under the category. In this time though, we're looking at an item under the area and also another item under the category. So subscriptions in this case under category and East under area. So what is the total expenses for this? In order to do this, you're going to use a variation of the sum if formula. We're going to use the sum ifs. Okay, to do that, we'll go to the insert function and find sum ifs. If it's not shown here, we just type in sum if, SUMIFS. Okay, and it's right here at the top, and then we'll click OK. Okay, so for the sum ifs is starting with the sum range. So what is the sum range? The sum range is the total expenses. So if we go to the use a formula, we click on total expenses, and then we have that. Just to make sure that this is correct, 2,550, and so on. Okay, so if we go to the next one, which is the criteria range 1. So what is the criteria range 1? The first one is going to be area. So find area. Okay, and criteria 1 will be East. That's cell I8. So criteria range 2 is going to be category. So we'll go to using formula and find category, and criteria 2 will be subscription, cell that contains subscription, which is J8. Okay, so if we click OK now, we have our information. The total expenses for the East area and for the subscription category is 5,865. Okay, I hope this was simple enough and straightforward enough. This is a very useful function feature of Excel when you're dealing with database functionality. The good thing is that if we make changes to any of these, let's say here, let's say advertising, and we click OK, it changes, it reflects the new information that we enter. Or under the area, if we click and type in not, it will change as well. Okay, so that is how to use the sum if, average if, and sum ifs function. Hello, welcome back to Excel 2016. In this part of the lesson, I'm going to show you how to use some text functions or features, as the case may be. Now, what I want to show you here is how to combine data that have been separated by the use of a form. Let's say, for example, you are a teacher and you'll be given forms containing names, and they are all the names and the other data are in different sections of the form, separated by rows and columns and things like that. Now, you want to analyze this data, maybe bring them to Excel or any other software for analysis, but you want them together. You don't want them separated in different columns as these last name and first names are. So what you want to do is to use a feature under the formula tab. You go to the test command drop down and click on concat. Concat is the name that you want to, is the function that you want to use. Another word is another word for it is concatenate, but it's so much easier to call it concat. So if I click on this now it's going to ask me where is the test that I want to move over to this cell here. So the test, first one is Mario C5, and the second one would be because I want to, actually let me show you what I mean. The second one will be IV. But if you look down here under the formula result, it says Mario IV all together, one word. That's not what I want. I want the names to be separated by space as it should be. So in order to do that, I'm going to use the quotation mark, leave a space, open quotation, and then close the quotation after the space. And then under test 3, now I'm going to type in the word IV. So first name and last name. Alright, so let's click OK and see what happens here. So here we go. Now we have first name Mario and last name Ivy. Mario Ivy. So the good news about this is that we don't have to do this for all the other names. We can use autofill to fill out the rest, but just for the sake of clarity, let's do one more. So again, we click on the cell we want the name to be, and then we go to the formula tab under the test command and find the word concat. Click on that, and now it's going to ask us where's the test that we're trying to bring over. So let's start with the first name. The first name here is in C6. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is to make sure we have a space there between the first name and the last name, and we use the open quotation mark space close quotation mark. And on test 3, that's when we bring in the last name, which is in B6. If we click OK now, we have Tacho Sam as the name here. So now let's autofill this. Now we'll get a better handle of it, and then we have all the names, the first and the last name together in the same column, which is a bit more analyzable than what you have when they are separated by columns and rows in forms. Okay, so that's good. You want to play more with that, but let's move on. Now what we want to do is to use another test function that separates compound words. For example, we have this compound 3-word compound word, notwithstanding. Excel gives you the opportunity to be able to separate these words into left, middle, and right columns or rows, as the case may be. So in order to do that, we're going to use simple functions under the test command. Now, if I click on, again, I have to go back to the formulas tab and click on the test command. Let's start with the left. If I click on the left, now it's going to ask me where is the test that I'm trying to separate. The test that I'm trying to separate. This is the test that I'm trying to separate right here. This notwithstanding. Where is it? It's in I8, I believe. So if we click on that, it's in I8. And then what number of characters in this test do I want to go to the left? So if I click here now, I have to count 1, 2, 3. So there are 3, starting from the left, there are 3 characters that I want to go to the left, not. So if I click on here, I have to type 3. So as you can see the formula result, it tells me not. So okay. Alright, so now I have to do the middle. Again, we'll go back to the formulas tab, click on the test command and find mid. If I click on that, again, where is the test? I8 is the test. Starting from where? This is where this is a little bit different. Starting from number 4. Starting from number 4 here, because number 4. We're looking for the word width now. So width start from number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to say here, W is number 4 in the number of strings of characters. So I'm going to say here 4. And then the total number of characters is 4. So the word here is width. So formula result width is okay. And then the last thing to do here is to get the rightmost part of the word, which is standing. So now again, if I click on this cell here where I want the word to be, I go to the formulas tab and then I click on the drop down on the test command and I look for right. Again, where is the test? The test is in I8. What number of characters? This time from the right. Let's see what it says. It specifies how many characters you want to extract. 1 if omitted. Now, so the number of characters to extract here is what constitutes the word standing. So from the right is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the number of characters is 8. And you can see the word here, standing. Okay. So that is how to use some of these test functions. There's so many other things that you can do here that I'll encourage you to play with on your own. You can, for example, change text to uppercase or lowercase, or you can search for text and just play with these things a little bit. It's easier when you play with them to become familiar with the features. All right. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome back to Excel 2016. In this lesson, we're going to look at the use of the what-if analysis, and specifically, we are going to be looking at the use of the scenario manager. To get to the what-if analysis, you go to the data tab, and on the right hand side, under the forecast command group, you'll see the what-if analysis. And if you click on the drop down beside it, you see different commands, including the scenario manager. If you click on that, you bring up the scenario manager dialog box. Now, before we create scenarios, let me explain what's going on the screen, the data that you're looking at. This is Treasury Notes, a global sales projection for different global regions: New York, Toronto, Lagos, and London. The idea here is that for each of these sales growth prediction, for example, New York 3.3%, Toronto 2.3%, Lagos 4.3%, and London 1.1%. Any change in each of these will affect the overall yearly growth or sales projection right here. Okay, so for example, if we increase Toronto to, let's say, 6.3%, obviously that will affect our overall growth for the entire global sales projection. So now, much ado about talking, let's actually see what we're talking about. If we click on the add scenario here, we can indicate which scenario we want to create by typing a scenario name. Let's call this the Toronto expansion and the cell that we're going to change represent the cell that we are going to increase the percentage point of predicted growth. So let's delete that, and we are looking at Toronto predicted sales growth, which is in cell C12. We click on that to indicate it, and then we can put a comment here and say expansion of Toronto market through advertising and increase in sales staff. Okay, so now if we click OK, you are going to see some sort of a change. Now we can actually increase our percentage point to, let's say, from 2.3% for Toronto to 6.3 for Toronto by clicking the OK button here. Okay, so here is the moment of truth. If we click on show here, it is going to reflect the new change, which is 6.3 as opposed to this 2.3 that you see here. So I'm going to click show, and then you see that. All right, you see the change there. So it is now 6.3, and the yearly total is now $1,344.42, if I can pronounce my numbers. Okay, so there you have it. So let's make another change. For effect, add, and I'm going to increase I'm going to call this the Lagos expansion, and the cell that we need to change is cell C13, and our comment will be expanding the Lagos market by increasing staffing level. How about that? All right, and we'll go to the next. If we click OK, it takes us to the next step where we actually have to make the change. So right now it is at 4.3% predicted sales growth. Let's increase that to let's say 9.3%. Okay, so if we click OK now, first we have to click on the Lagos expansion scenario manager, and then we click show. You can see the change here. Now it is $1,375,894.03. So that is how to make this use Excel to make this sort of forecast. The last thing we want to do is what happens if we add a scenario where all the regions, all the markets are changed. Let's do that. Let's click on add, and let's say we are going to hire new managers for all the regions. So we'll say new regional managers. Okay, And which cell are we changing? This time around we are changing all of them, so we select all of them. Okay, and comment, we just say hire new and more competent regional managers. Okay, so now if we click OK, we can actually make the changes here. So we're going to change each one of them by changing the numbers here. So the first value here is New York, which is 3.3%. Let's change that to 6.3%. And the second one is Toronto, which is 6.3%. Let's change that to 9.3%. And the third one is Lagos. Lagos was originally 3.3%, I believe, 4.3%, I believe. So we are going to change that to let's say 8.3%. And London, which is 1.1%, is going to be changed to 4.1%. Okay, so if we click OK now, if we select the new regional managers scenario, we can actually show the difference of what happens with all these changes that we just made. So let's click on that, and you can see right here there is a significant increase in terms of our yearly total. All right, so here we have the yearly total of $1,413,555.03. All right, so that is how this is done. In order to see this in a snapshot, to see how everything will show, we can do that by clicking on the summary tab here, and then making sure this is selected, and then clicking on the scenario manager right here, because that's the type of report that we want, and then clicking OK. So by doing that, we can actually see what the different scenarios will give us. Okay, so here are the numbers for each of the scenario expansion that we made. Take a look at, you can see that the increase in Toronto market produces about 1.4 million, and the Lagos market expansion a little bit more than that, and then the new regional managers hiring was a little bit less. So all in all, it looks like the Lagos expansion model produces more for us than hiring new managers or increasing the Toronto expansion market. So the point is, you can see how changing these sort of scenarios can give you a snapshot of what to expect if that is actually put into practice, all other things obviously being considered. Okay, so thank you for watching this this video. I will see you play with this a little bit as usual and get your hands a little bit refined, and I will see you in the next video. Hello, welcome back to Excel 2016. In this lesson, we are going to be looking at the use of the data table in a continuation of the what if analysis. In the previous video, we did use the scenario manager, which is also part of the what if analysis. So in this video, we're looking at the data table. They're sort of similar. They are asking what if. For this video, we are asking what if our interest rate changes? How will that affect our credit card payment plan? In the top here, we have our current balance of $7,000 and the interest rate is 16.2%. The projected payment period is for 36 months, that's 3 years. Now, that's clear. What is not clear is what happens if our interest rate, for example, skyrockets to 22% or 22.5% and so on and so forth. That is a question we can ask, what if? Another way we can ask this question is, what if we have our interest, what if we want to know what our interest projection would be for different monthly scenario? In this case, we're looking at only 36 months, but down here in this second example, we're looking at different number of months, 190 months, 240 months, 360 and 420 months. What happens then if we stretch our payment within this period at this specific interest rate? If we stretch our payment for our $7,000 credit card balance at 22% for 190 months, 240 months, 360 months, or 420 months, how much are we going to be paying? I hope that's clear enough. And the other example is looking at it from the other perspective. If we have this number of months, 12, 24, 36, up to 84 months, what would be the interest rate for each of these monthly projection? Okay, so let's talk less and actually do something. In order to get to the what if analysis and the data table, as you remember from the last video, if you haven't seen it, please go back and check it. Click on the data tab, and on the right hand side where we have our forecast command group, you'll find the what if analysis. Click on the drop down and click on data table. This little table here, let's bring it up here, appears. So right before we do that, let's cancel this. We needed to select the table that we want to ask the question of. So now that I've selected the table, I can now go to the drop down here under the what if analysis and click on data table. So there are two cells here. So the first cell is the column input cell and the row input cell. The column input cell is useful in this sense because we're only looking at a simple one item, so to speak, analysis. We are only asking what would be the payment if our interest rate changes, and nothing else, just the interest rate. Or the results of the change of the interest rate will be entered under the column right here. So in that case, we are only selecting interest rate from our formula table here. So let's click on interest rate, and if we click OK now, you see that we have all our answers. When we were paying 16.2% at 7,000 loan for 36 months, our interest rate was only at $246.79. When that interest rate increases to 22%, we start paying $267.33. At let's go down here. At 25%, it is $278.32. You can see how depressing this can be if you have interest, if you have credit card balance, if you carry any credit card loan balance. All right, so I'm sorry, see, we're going to get more depressing when we look at if the payment is stretched out over time. This time around, we're only looking at you being able to pay the credit card loan for within 36 months. What happens if it's more than that? All right, so let's look at that. Again, we are going to select the table, and we're going to go to the data tab and find the what if analysis and click on our data table. This time around, we're going to need to fill these two cells, the row input cell and the column input cell. in this case, the row input cell will be this, the month. So right here, all right, and that will be 36, and the column input cell will be the interest rate, and that will be right here, which is cell C4. Okay, so the row input cell is cell C5, which contains the month, and the column input cell is cell C4, which contains the interest rate. So if we click OK now, we fill the entire table with what if scenarios, what if analysis. What if interest rate changes for 190 months and it becomes 22%? We'll start paying $132.53. As you know, the longer you take to pay, the lower the monthly interest is. However, over the long term, you are paying more to the interest, paying more to the credit card providers, but your monthly interest will reduce, as you can see here. So even if you pay 25%, if you are paying an interest rate of 22% and you stretch it over 420 months, which is about 35 years, your payment will reduce to $128.40. So it is the same if you go across the board, because you're stretching it over a long period of time. You pay, even if your interest is higher, your monthly payment is reduced. However, as you know, that the credit card company will benefit more in the long run, because your interest overall that you pay to them will be more over time. Okay, so let's take the other example now, which is the other way around. If we select this table here and go to our data tab and find data table, here we are looking to see how the number of months will affect our payment. So the input cell will be the column input cell, and it's going to be 36 months. Okay, if we click OK, we see what the payment here is. Okay, so here we go. If you look at the table here, keep an eye on 36 months. You see that it is not very different from what we have here. At 36 months, the interest rate was $246.79. It is the same here, $246.79. But if we look at the other changes, if, for example, we change the interest, we change the monthly period, the payment period to 12 months, you can see the change here. Because the period is shorter, you're making only 12 payments, I suppose, if you pay monthly. Then you see that your payment will increase to $635.78. The more you stretch it out, the more you increase the number of months, the smaller it becomes. Okay, so let's do the last one here using 2 points data here. So I'm going to select the table as usual, go to the data tab, find the what if analysis command, and click on the drop down menu to find the data table. So we're going to do again what we did here. The column cell is going to be the month, so click on cell C5 here, and the row input cell is going to be the interest. So again, we click on cell C4. All right, so click OK, and then you're going to have these changes here. All right, so the higher the interest rate here, right here we have our interest rate at 17%, 14.5%, 19%, and 19.5%. Even if the interest rate is higher here, for example, you see that the monthly payment is lower because the duration of payment, 84 months, is way higher. So yeah, play with this a little bit and take a look at the table, and then meet me on the underside as usual. I think for this series we just have one more to go. The next video we're going to be dealing with automating certain functions in Excel using the macro function. All right, thanks for watching this video. I will see you on the other side. Hi there, welcome back to Excel 2016. In this lesson, we are going to look at using the solver add-in tool. Right from the bat, this function or this tool does not come with Excel, so it has to be installed. Before I do the installation, before I show you how to install this add-in or add-on, as it is called in some cases, let me explain what's going on with the data here. At this moment, Treasure Notes is offering bubble tea, and they are selling at this cost for mango slush, pineapple shake, strawberry banana, honeydew smoothie. And we have been given parameters here on what to solve. That's why we need the solver tool, right? So the client is paying per item. They are asking us to calculate the highest total cost we could sell the treats for, we could sell this bubble tea for. So this is what we're looking for. We are looking to calculate this cell here, cell D8. What is the highest total cost we could sell these treats for? So, okay. So in order to do that, we have to get a quantity for each of these items, and then that will calculate the cost for us. But we could do this manually, but honestly, I'm not a math person, and I know many of you watching are not either. And even if we are, it may take a little bit of time. Why not ask Excel to do it for us? So that's what we're going to do. Okay, so let's go get the solver tool. As I said, does not come with Excel from the box. So in order to get a solver tool, we are going to go to File, Options, and then go to Add-ins. From there, we'll go down to the bottom of this dialog box and click on where it says Manage Excel Add-ins. Click on Go and select Solver Add-in before you click OK. Okay, so by following that process, if we go to the Data tab, we'll see the solver tool at the extreme right hand side of the Data tab. So if we click on that, let's click on to bring it up, and this gives us the solver parameters to complete, so that Excel can actually calculate the question for us. So what is the question again? Calculate the highest total cost we could sell the treats for. So what is the highest total cost? That is our objective. Right here is our objective. Okay, so we are going to click on this cell here, cell D8, to indicate that this is what we want to do. This is our objective, and we are looking at the highest total cost. That is the maximum, which is already selected for us here. Okay, if we were looking at the minimum, we would have selected this section here. Okay, that's logical, right? Now, what variable cells do we need to tell Excel to change? What section of these parameters do we want Excel to take control of so they can calculate the total cost? That will be the quantity of all the bubble teas. So from here to here, from mango slush, pineapple shake, strawberry banana, and honeydew. This quantity here, we want Excel to have access and control over the quantity that we can sell. Okay, so once we've done that, we're going to go to now we'll get to the fun part. We'll go to the constraint. So let's click on constraint, and the number one constraint is we need 500 bubble tea. So all together, all put together, we need 500 bubble tea. So if we click add, and we are going to see the total number of bubble tea, which is this, should be equals to 500. Okay, so that's the first constraint, and we're going to add. So the second constraint is that at least 60 of each bubble tea must be sold. So at least 60 of each must be sold. So cell reference will be again to at least, that is less than or equals to 60, and the cell reference will be this whole section right here. And the last constraint will be we cannot make more than 120 mango slush. So mango slush has to be less than or equals to 120, and the cell reference will be here. Okay, since that's the last constraint, we're going to click OK. Okay, so we're going to let Excel does its calculation, and now we're going to actually solve it. So what we've done here, we've set the objective. We've we've set the parameter as indicated here, that is the maximum or highest total cost of all the treats or bubble tea, and the variables that needs to be changed has been indicated, which is everything here, and the conditions or constraint has been identified. So the only thing that we are left to do now is to actually give Excel the go-ahead to solve by clicking solve. All right, there you go. So now we have our answer. So the total cost for we could sell the treats or the bubble teas is $1,395, and the quantities, because we said that we cannot remember, we cannot say it has to be at least 60 quantity for each dessert. So so we have 60 here, which makes up about a total of 240 in number, and there we go. That's what we have here. Okay, so play with this a little bit and download the solver tool, and then use that to play around and see how you can get better at this. Meet me on the other side where we're going to solve a little bit more complex calculation using the solver tool. Okay, welcome back to Excel 2016. We are going to continue with the use of the solver tool that we started in the previous video. If you haven't watched that, please go back and find that on our channel. And so let's get on this. Now, to get to the solver tool again, if you go to the data tab and then you go to the right hand side, you'll find the solver tool. So if you click on that, you can bring up the solver parameters. Now, what are we trying to do here? So we have to look at the parameters. So here it says, it's never too soon to prepare for the next holiday season. To optimize shipping costs, the following constraint must be put in place. So we are looking to optimize shipping costs to these various, for these various depots, Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. And the shipping per unit is this. For Toronto is $2.95, for Vancouver $2.15, and for Montreal $3.10. So what do we want to do? What is our objective? So our objective here is to what? Each plant must produce at least 20 units a quarter to justify remaining open. But before we do that, we are looking at optimizing shipping costs, which means we are looking at the lowest shipping cost. So which means our set objective, which is here, is the lowest shipping cost, which is, but we're going to together we're going to select the minimum, If we leave this as is without including the parameters or the conditions here, this will be 0. Obviously, that's the minimum, right? But we do have conditions. So first, which of the variables are we going to allow Excel to be able to change? So that will be this whole section here, Q1 to Q4 for the 3 series. Okay, so we are going to select that. All right, so that's the first part, and then we're going to click on the subject to constraints section. For the constraints, to start adding the constraints, we are going to do what we did before. We're going to click on the add-on button here, and the first constraint is that each plant must produce at least 20 units a quarter to justify remaining open. Okay, so each plant, so that will be this whole section, at least 20. So so this will be greater than or equals to 20, and we are looking at each plant, which is this whole section right here. We're going to add another constraint. Toronto has a maximum capacity of 92 units per quarter. So Toronto, which is the cell reference here, all this Toronto, has a maximum which is less than or equals to 92 per quarter. We are going to add that. And Vancouver, select that, has 45. That is less than or equals to 45. Add, and Montreal has equals to or less than 55. Okay, so we are going to add that as well. Now, the plant production must equal the requirement for the warehouse since there is a short shelf life. So everything here must equal this. So everything here must be equal to the warehouse demands, which is this right here. Okay, so now that is the last condition or constraint. We are going to click OK. All right, so we have entered all our conditions, all our constraints, and the next thing to do, first we set our objective, which is the minimum that we need for the for shipping, total cost of shipping. And we have selected our variables, which is for the different series for Q1 to 4, this section right here. And we have added the parameters that's been given us here, these constraint parameters that will be given us right here. And now we are going to solve. We have solved, Excel has solved it for us, as I should say, and this is what we have. We can see now that the minimum shipping cost is going to be $1,517.15, and you can see that for Toronto, the Q1, they have to 92 units has to be produced, Q2 20, Q3 92, and Q4 75. Looking at this, you will think that because the shipping cost for Vancouver is lower, which is $2.15, they ought to have produced more. But the problem is that there's a constraint here with Vancouver that says that the max unit that we can produce is only 45 units. So you can't really do much with that. To some extent, and for Montreal, the shipping cost is a lot more, so it's understandable. You can see that number of items produced are smaller than the others. And also the other last constraint here was about the total units produced equaling the warehouse demand. So you can see that this is 160 and warehouse demand is 160, 75 for, and warehouse demand for quarter 2 is 75, 180 for quarter 3, and 140 for quarter 4. So this is how to use the solver tool. I want you to play with this a little bit more. It can seem a little bit daunting. I think the most important thing to note here is to pay attention to the constraint, to the conditions that has been set in place. That has to be entered properly for Excel to be able to solve it and give you the information that you need. In order to restore back to the original values, if you don't want to save this, we're going to click restore and we're going to click OK, and everything is going to go back to the way it was before, and I'm going to close this. Thank you for watching, and then I will still have a couple of lessons to go in this Excel 2016 series. Please play with this and meet me on the other side. Hello, welcome back to Excel 2016. With Excel, there are so many things that you can do, as we have seen throughout these various lessons that we have done. One of the most important things that you can do is to consolidate data. That means you can pull data from different sources and have them consolidated in just one place. In this lesson, we are going to look at consolidating data from the Toronto Sales Division, the Montreal Sales Division, as well as the Vancouver Sales Division. The reason we can do this easily is because we have similar structure for the data. Here we have items which are named the same: quality control, staff development, repairs, and other expenses. And the duration is from quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4. If we go to the Montreal division, you see that the structure is exactly the same thing. So is the Vancouver division. So this makes it a lot easier for us to use a consolidate function, which is located under the data tab and towards the right hand side. Here it says consolidate. So now let's go to the summary consolidation sheet here and click on it. Now we are going to select this whole section here, all the way from item, all the way from A3 to E9. And we are going to click on go to the data tab and find the consolidate command and click on it. So here we have the consolidate dialog box. Under function is telling us we can do a number of things here. We can sum, we can count, we can consolidate through average, maximum, and minimum use of the data. Under reference, it's telling us that it's asking us where is our reference data, where is the data located. We can find this by clicking on the browse and going through our computer to find the data, or we can click on this box here and then go ahead and click on the Toronto division sheet where you have the data that we are going to consolidate along with the others. So now that we're here, all we have to do is to click and select this whole section here, everything included, including the labels as well. And then we come over to the consolidate dialog box here and click add. Remember, do not click OK or close before you do your selection. Now, still leaving this dialog box open, we are going to go to Montreal and make the selection again, but luckily for us, the selection has been made because Excel recognizes that we are trying to consolidate data. And the only thing we have to do now is to add the Montreal sales division as well. And then the last one, the Vancouver sales division, has also been selected for us. All we have to do is to click add. Okay, now that we have all data points, all three data points, Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver, the next thing to do is to make sure that the using labels are selected appropriately. For us now, as you can see, we have labels in the top and on the left hand side. So, and that's what's selected here. So we leave it as is. If it wasn't selected, we just have to click on it to make sure it is selected. Okay, so now if we click OK, we see that the data have been pulled from all the sources listed from Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver are consolidated here under the summary consolidation sheet. So how do we know that this is correct? It's simple. We just have to do the calculation ourselves. If you go to, let's try quality control, for example, for Q1. If you check what do they have for Toronto? 450. For Montreal, 500. That's 950. And for Vancouver, 400. And that will be 1,350. So it's pulled everything together, and it's also giving us the totals for all the items. Okay, so I want you to play around with this a little bit. Again, what we did was to come over here and select this whole section, and then go to the data tab and find consolidate. And then we added all the reference points, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, by selecting them and then added them. And then we're able, before we clicked OK, and here we have our calculation here. All right, so play with this a little bit and then meet me on the other side. Hello, welcome back again to Excel 2016. In this lesson, we are going to continue the lesson on consolidation of data. We have created another set of data, but this time, instead of the data being uniformed as it was in the first lesson, in this set of data, there's a slight difference. It's not all that uniform, as you will see just about now. Now, what we have here also, we do not have like the structure created out the way we did previously in our previous lesson. So what we're going to do here is to do something a little bit different when using the consolidate function. So what are we consolidating? We are consolidating data from sales data for Ivy Mario, for Matt Stevenson, and for Andy Mason. Just a quick look at the data. It is product sales by these salespeople and how much commission they made. Okay, so we're going to try to consolidate that so that we can get the total amount of sales as well as the commission that they got. So as usual, we're going to start from the destination where we're going to consolidate the data. So now for this kind of data, we're going to click on the first cell here below the point at which we want to consolidate the data, so which is going to be cell A5. Let's click on that and then go to the data tab and find consolidate function. And as we saw with the other lesson, we can do a number of things here, including summing, counting, average, and so on. Again, we're going to leave it at the summing function. And the reference point, again, we can browse to get to the data that we want to consolidate, but we're going to use this cell here to find the data, which is what the reference point is asking us to do. So let's start with Mario. We're going to click on do not OK or close this. Okay, so let's go to Mario, and here we are going to select from the product sales commission down to travel books and the data on C7. Okay, so we are going to add that, and for Stevenson it's already selected, and we're going to add that as well. And for Mason, it's selected, but there's an inclusion of an empty row here. So we're going to do a reselection of this to make sure we capture only the data, and then we're going to click add. Okay, so as we did before, the next thing to do is to make sure we select the labels as appropriate. If you see here, we have labels at the top and also on the left hand side. So we're going to click on top row and left column. Okay, and now let's do our thing by clicking OK. There you go. So as you can see here, this is actually quite simple. You see that the data has been consolidated. For mystery books, the total sales is $58. So let's make sure that's correct. So if we go to Mario for mystery books, Mario has no mystery books. Stevenson has mystery book, which is $14, and Mason has mystery books, which is $44, altogether giving us $58. You can check the other calculations yourself just to make sure that this is correct. All right, so this is how to consolidate data and include them in one place. If you like, I want you to play with this a little bit more, and as we did before, we went to the data tab and find that consolidate command, and we're able to select all the data points that we wanted to consolidate by highlighting, and then before we clicked OK. All right, so thanks for watching this. Meet me on the other side. Hello, welcome to Excel 2016. We are now at the final lap of these Excel lessons marathon. Now we're going to look at a process of automating actions that are tedious and repetitive. We are going to look at the use of macro. Macros allows you to automate processes that you repeat so much that it becomes so tedious. So let's get on with that. Macros are found under the developer tab. As you can see here, we do not have the developer tab, so which means we have to activate it. In order to do that, we right click on any of this section here, right click, and we are going to customize the ribbon. Okay, if we click on that, we bring this Excel options dialog box, something you have seen before. If you look to the right hand side, you see that these some commands here are checked and others are not. One of those that are not checked is the developer. So if we click on developer and click OK, all of a sudden we should have the developer tab, which we do right here. So if we click on it now, we now see all the commands that we have under the developer tab, including, wait for it, macros. Okay, so you can record macros, you can use absolute or relative reference. We'll talk more about this later. And you can look into macro security. Macros are based on codes, so you can use the Visual Basic programming code, a form of early programming code that was developed by Microsoft, to make changes to edit the code that macros are based on. Okay, so as you can see at the moment, there's nothing on the screen. I want you to take your time to sort of play with this a little bit, and then we can start to develop our macros. Okay, now that we have set up our macro, our developer tab, and we have access to our macro, it's time to create our very first macro. what we're going to do, as I said before, macros are used for used for a lot of things, but they're mostly used for routinizing or automating processes that are tedious. That's something that you repeat every day. So in our case, for example, if you look on the left hand side, we have morning routine. So first we wake up, make our bed, drink a glass of water, yoga, shower, and then we leave for work. Or depends on the individual, right? So let's assume that every day we have to write this out. And this becomes very tedious, as you would expect. So we want to use macro to routinize this, so we don't have to type this out every day in Excel. All right, so let's do that. So what we do is we click on a cell where we want the macro to start. Two things first. Let's go to the developer tab. One of the most important things to note here is that Excel macros prefer you to type and not to click. So avoid typing, avoid clicking and copying and pasting and things like that. Especially if you can. Don't play very nicely. Sometimes it depends. Also, again, depends on what version of Excel you are on. But most importantly, it's probably better, at least in my experience with my program, it is better to use the enter key to move from, for example, cell P1 to cell P2. So in order for that to work, though, you need to do something. You need to make sure the use absolute reference is activated by clicking on it. Remember, we talked about this before. So did I say use absolute reference? Actually, by default, it uses absolute reference. So what does that mean? That means that if I place my cursor here before I start running my macro, my Excel is going to use P1 as the absolute reference point. So it's going to jump to P2 and then P3, something like that. It's not going to continue the trend of T1, T2, and T3, right? So but if you use relative reference, which we're going to use, let me delete all this. If you use relative reference, it is going to stick to following the trend of using going one step to the bottom if you use the enter key. I hope I haven't confused you. All right, so let's do that. Let's click on the use relative references to make sure that's activated. That's the first thing to do. Don't forget, it's better to type and to use your enter key to move from one step to the other, which we're going to do. And the next thing to do now is to actually start recording your macros. All right, so in order to record macros, there are two ways you can do that. The first way is to click the button that says record macro. And the second one is if you go to the bottom left hand corner, you see a button there that if you put your cursor on it, say no more macros are currently clicking. Click to begin recording a new macro. So in order to start recording, you can click on this icon here to start recording your macro. So let's use the top one for now. Okay, so before we start typing, it's going to ask us to name our macro. How about we call it morning routine? I forgot to tell you that macros do not like spaces, so you can either have them together or use underscore to join the words together. And where do you want to store the macros? By default, it stores in this workbook, but you can store anywhere else. For example, create a new workbook or personal macro workbook if you have one. It also asks for a shortcut key. We're not going to do that here. And it asks for a description. We can just call it itemizing is that with an S or with a Z? Itemizing morning routine before work. Okay, so we're going to click OK now, and then we have started recording. Anything we type now is going to be recorded. So let's do what we said. Morning routine. Wake up, make bed, drink glass of water, yoga, shower, and then leave for work. Okay, so we've done all we can, and we've typed out our morning routine. The next thing to do now is to either click the stop recording button here or go down to click stop recording. So let's use the bottom one now, the bottom icon now. Click, and we have stopped recording. Okay, so now what's next? The next thing is, how do we find our macros? Where are they? First, let's delete this. Okay, and test our macro by clicking on P1. If we go under the developer tab again on the right hand side, you see macros. If we click on that, you see our macro. So there are a couple of things we can do here. First, we can run a macro, we can step into it, we can edit it, we can even delete it. There are more options if you click here. But for now, let's just run the macro. Let's click on it and click run. And there you go. It is right there. Let me play that one more time. Macros, run. Okay, so that is how to create macros and how to run it. There's more of macros coming up, so stick with me and meet me on the other side. Okay, so the next step to look at here is how we can make changes, if we have to these items or to our macros. So let's delete this, delete that, and then go to macros. And instead of running a macro now, what we want to do is to step into it. By stepping into it, we are able to bring up this Visual Basics, this Visual Basic programming platform that allows us to make some changes here. We can deactivate certain part of these codes from running. For example, let's say we don't leave for work. Let's say after breakfast and get rest and all of that, we work from home. We don't leave, right? So, and therefore we want to deactivate this cell here that says leave for work. So if you notice very carefully, you see that there is a pattern to this code right here. I'm not a coder, and I'm sure many of you are not, but if we look carefully, we'll see that there is a pattern here. For example, select active cell morning routine, which is the first line of item that we wrote, and then the next offset one means go down to the cell below, one step below, and then we have wake up. Offset one again, we have make bed. Offset one again, we have drink glass of water. So like that, until that's how we typed, if you remember. So now, if we need to, if you also look here, this sort of green color test, you see that there are apostrophes before them, and also inserting empty space. These apostrophe, also called comments in Excel, are used to represent lines of code that you don't want to appear when you run your macro. If you notice, itemizing money routine before work was the comment, right? It was the comment we entered in the macro. But when we run it, we don't see this. Okay, so if we need to deactivate any of these items, whether yoga, for let's say we don't do yoga anymore, right? We don't want that to run in a macro. We can deactivate it by clicking beside it and put a comment. But for now, let's assume we don't leave for work, and we are going to deactivate that. All right, so we're going to go to that line that says leave for work and click right here, and then click the apostrophe. Okay, and as you can see, it changes to the green color, which means it's been deactivated. Now, how do we get back to Excel to see if this works? The way to do that is to click this button here. If you notice, we are under break, which means we are not necessarily running under Excel. So to get back to that, to get out of this break, we're going to click this button right here that says continue. So if we click on that, the break disappears, and now we can go to the left hand side and click on view Microsoft Excel, or use the alternate plus 11F key. So let's click on the Excel icon, and this brings us back here. If you notice now, leave for work is gone. So I'm going to delete this now, so we can run our macro again and see what happens. So macros, and then run. As you can see, leave for work is no more there. So that is how to deactivate or remove a certain part of your macros. Now that the question is, why didn't we just delete it? Well, you could, but the problem is with codes, as some of you coders know, it's not really a good idea to delete codes that you're not necessarily familiar with, or you don't know how it will impact the rest of the code. So the best thing to do is to first of all deactivate it. If you see that it works and it doesn't break your code, then you can deactivate it. Okay? Okay, so our next step is to make changes to an already created macro. Let's say, for example, this looks very, very dull. It doesn't look very interesting at all. So as you know, the way to make it a little bit more interesting is to format it. Maybe change the color a little bit, increase the font size and things like that. So we're going to do that. We're going to click on the first one here, and we're going to go to, or we can start recording now, and then we are going to create, we're going to call this format my underscore again macro. Okay, and maybe now we can use a shortcut, but before you select a shortcut, it's important for you to remember not to use something that you use all the time. For example, you don't want to use Ctrl+C because that's something that you use to copy, or Ctrl+Z for undo, things like that. Those sort of regular shortkeys I use all the time should not be used here. So how about maybe we use Ctrl+M? Okay, I think that makes sense. I don't think I use that a lot. So Ctrl+M for running this particular macro. We are going to leave this store macro in this workbook as usual, and our description is going to be formatting my first macro. Okay, something like that. All right, and now we click OK. So now we are live. We can start recording now. So let's go to the Home tab, and the first thing we want to do is we want to change the font size to let's say 20, and we also want to change, we want to underline it, and we want to bold it. Okay, so and the next thing to do is to click the enter key for the next item. That also we want to increase the font size to 12. We want to change the font to Bauhaus 93, and we are going to change the color to maybe let's say something interesting, and we're going to do the next one is going to be the same thing. Maybe start with changing the color and making bold. Actually remove that bold, and remember whatever you do here is going to be recorded, so change this to font 12 size, and it's called 95, and we are going to go to the next one, and 12, and color, and Bauhaus 95. We'll go to the next one, and color, and 12 for the font size, and the font type was 95. The last one, color, 12 point, and font type Bauhaus 95. Okay, hope I'm pronouncing that right. But now we have made this a little bit nicer, so we can now stop our recording by going to our developer tab and clicking stop recording. Okay, so to run a macro, we are going to click on macros, and then click on select our macro and click run, and there we have it. We have a formatted macro being shown on the screen. I want you to play with this a little bit and then meet me on the other side. Sometimes it's easier to get to your macros in the quick access toolbar, and in order to do that you have to make it visible there. So let's do that. Let's make sure that we are able to use our quick access toolbar to play our macro, because it can be a little bit tedious to go under the developers tab and then macros. Okay, so let's click on this drop down menu here and click on more commands, and under the popular commands tab in the left hand side we click on macros. Now we can select the one that we want to include in our quick access toolbar. So we're going to click morning routine and add. Just okay that, and you can see here now that we have a macro icon here. So if I click on this, it should be able to give me my first macro. Okay, welcome back. We are going to complete the macros tutorials in this particular video. If you haven't seen the first video, please search for it in our channel page and then find macros, Excel macros. Okay, all right, now let's start by running our macro the way we did before. So let's click on any of these cells. Let's say cell L and go to make sure we are in the developers tab, and then go to macros, and remember we have to run it in the format that we created it. We created two macros, but one was on top of the other. So I'm going to first of all run the first one, run, which gives me directly the formatted macro. But also if I try to do that again, morning routine, now it gives me the very first macro that I created. So in order for it to get to the formatted one, I'm going to click on it, on the first one, on the first item there, and go to macros and then run the format my macro, so which is highlighted here, and I click run, and then that's run for me. All right, so that's how to run the macro. Okay, so what I really want to show you in this video is how to create, let's delete that, this is how to create a button. So in order to do that, we're going to go to the developers tab and find the insert command, click on the drop down and select a button type. Okay, This is form control. There are different types under form controls, and there are different types of button under ActiveX control. Do not use the ActiveX controls. They are old legacy type that are a little bit difficult to work with. So let's stick to the form controls. Okay, so let's select the first one, button form. Click on it, and then you get this sort of cross here. What you have to do now is to click and drag out your button. Okay, and select which particular macro you want this button to represent. I want it to represent the morning routine, so I'm going to click on that and OK. So now it just says button. Let's make this a little bit bigger. We don't want that. Let's just call it macro 1. About that. Okay, that's intuitive, but it's better than button. All right, so macro 1. Let's click out here. Now what we're going to do is to go back, make sure we bring out our macro for reference, button 1, run, and then now let's click on this to get our macro. Okay, all right, so there we go. That is how to use a button to run your macro. So thank you very much for sticking with us in this video. We've covered a lot in Excel, but by no means have we covered everything. This is something to get you started on your way to becoming very, very proficient in Excel. And I sincerely hope that you take this opportunity to begin to refresh and refine your skills so that you can become the expert that you want to be. Excel is a very, very important and versatile tool that you can use in so many areas of life, particularly in your professional life. Make sure that you keep practicing. Before you go, do not forget to subscribe to our channel. Do not forget to like all our videos. This will help us in some way to continue to make more videos. Thank you for sticking with us. My name is Daniel Onaifo. You have a wonderful day.